never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. While more severe storms rake the Midwest and southern U.S. late Tuesday, crews are working to get a rapidly growing wildfire in western Oklahoma under control. The Oklahoma Forestry Service told KOCO-TV the fire started Tuesday afternoon in Custer County, and they estimated it's already burned more than 1,500 acres. Some residents being ordered to evacuate now. Former President Trump is responding to the criminal charges against him.
And I never thought anything like this could happen in America. Never thought it could happen. The only crime that I have committed is to fearlessly defend our nation from those who seek to destroy it.
At his Mar-a-Lago estate in Florida, Trump faces dozens of criminal counts in New York City related to the alleged illegal hush money payments to kill negative information before the 2016 election. His lawyers say the charges are without any merit. Evaluating both the opportunities and the risks associated with artificial intelligence. It was the subject of a meeting between President Biden and top tech advisors Tuesday. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre says the president thinks tech companies have a responsibility here.
And we do believe, this president believes, that the tech companies have a responsibility to make sure that their products are safe before making them public.
Tech leaders, including Elon Musk, recently signed a letter calling for a 6-month pause on AI development, citing profound risks to society and humanity. The U.S. is providing Ukraine with more military aid as Russia's invasion of the country continues. The $2.6 billion package includes air defense systems and ammunition and equipment. The announcement from the Biden administration comes on the same day that Finland officially joined NATO. This is USA News.
Do you have heart failure and often hear,
"Those stomach issues ruined your birthday"?
"You're too tired to play catch, Grandpa."
Sweetie, you haven't touched your tools since the carpal tunnel syndrome diagnosis.
If these seemingly unrelated symptoms sound familiar, talk to your cardiologist and ask about transthyretin amyloid cardiomyopathy, or ATTR-CM, a rare and underdiagnosed disease that gets worse over time. Learn more at connecttoyourheart.com. That's connecttoyourheart.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Like bones, your teeth lose density and become weaker over time, which can lead to tooth decay. And that can make your visit to the dentist feel like this. But if you want your dental visit to feel like this, try Crest Densify. Crest Densify actively rebuilds tooth density to extend the life of teeth by remineralizing enamel. Densify from Crest, the #1 toothpaste brand in America. Smile, Crest has you covered.
Nashville police officers who responded to last week's deadly school shooting are speaking publicly about the incident. Officer Rex Engelbert explained he was not stationed near the Covenant School and just happened to be passing through the area when the call came in.
I really had no business being where I was. I think you can call it fate or God or whatever you want, but I can't count on both my hands the irregularities that put me in that position.
He, along with Sergeant Jeff Mathis and Detective Mike Colazzo, were the first officers to make contact with the shooter. During a Tuesday press conference, they all said it was their training that guided them. The attack claimed the lives of 6 people. A man now facing charges after being arrested with over 1,000 rounds of ammunition at an historically black university. Greensboro, North Carolina police arrested 27-year-old Brandon James Bentley last week, according to WXII. They said he was violent and making threats. This all comes following a string of racist threats that targeted HBCUs in 2021 that the FBI and Justice Department found to be linked to one person. The Trump campaign is capitalizing on the former president's arrest in Manhattan. A fundraising email from Trump's 2024 campaign is advertising a T-shirt with a fake mugshot of former President Trump. The photo has the phrase, "not guilty," below it. The campaign's offering the shirts in exchange for a $47 contribution. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
The roar of our engines, the pump of our heartbeats, the pedal to our metal, the sparks that ignite us, the pistons that push us, the passions that drive us. From the feelings that move us to the places that pull us on the roads that unite us. With nearly 6,000 stores and over 17,000 auto care centers, Napa has America's largest network of parts and care, here to keep you firing on all cylinders.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we're really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All right, yes, indeed. That would be my cue. Let's get this show on the road. All right, hi there. We close out on Tuesday, all right? Are we talking already? Mike. Here comes midweek hump day, 5th day of April. Welcome aboard. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive coming to you live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Secret Bunker, Southwest Ohio. A very quiet night. Yeah, a little bit of a breeze at this hour, but 71 degrees. Yes, indeed. Got the short sleeves. Don't need the jacket to step outdoors tonight. 24 hours ago, we were talking some real concerns about maybe a deja vu repeat of what we saw last Friday. Tornado outbreak. It hasn't really come to fruition at all. There's been just a handful of tornadoes. As I look at the current breakdown, there have been no tornado warnings over the past 3 hours. Plenty of severe thunderstorm warnings. The biggest threats, the straight line winds. And as far as storm activity is concerned, it's really a fairly well-defined but a very, very thin line of showers and thunderstorms. So as they push in, you get the winds, a few minutes of torrential rain, maybe some hail with some of the severe storms, but post-haste, it's pretty much off to the east. Then you just wait for the winds. It's going to be a windy day through much of the Midwest. We've got wind advisories from eastern portions of Kansas, much of Missouri, southern half of Illinois, pretty much all of Indiana, western Ohio, much of the western two-thirds of Kentucky, down toward the Memphis area. It's wind advisories. But we are, again, seeing some severe thunderstorm warnings, numerous severe thunderstorms, southern portions of Wisconsin, that fine line now pushing through eastern portions of Iowa. Unless they update and extend things, we don't even have any tornado watches, just severe thunderstorm watches right along that line through eastern Iowa. Right now, Waterloo, you're seeing some of the heavy rains. It won't be long. And the rains will be pushing off to the east. The precip's already pushed through Des Moines. Things really get kind of scattered and break up down toward Topeka and Wichita there in Kansas. We do see a few clusters of shower activity there in central and east central portions of Arkansas. But I guess it's good news. We are not seeing anything pale in comparison to what we saw on Friday. Now, going back into about the time the sun was going down, we did begin to have some tornadoes touching down in western Illinois. AccuWeather's national reporter was out there chasing some of those storms this past evening, noting that he was seeing some storms intensifying. The storm that he was chasing did produce a confirmed tornado just outside of Macomb, Illinois. That was about 7 o'clock Central Time. From there, he said he was going to head over toward Peoria, Illinois, where they were anticipating maybe some large hail with some thunderstorms. Another tornado was spotted southeast of Des Moines, there in Iowa, in the early evening hours, moving to the north at about 50 miles per hour. Now, we have seen plenty of large hail throughout several states. One report of 4-inch diameter hailstones. Top hail report for Tuesday, that 4 inches was in Davenport, Iowa. Roughly 170 miles southwest of Davenport, hail 3¼ inches in diameter was reported in Newark, Missouri. Other large hail reports in Oswego, Illinois, Sturgeon, Missouri. Earlier Tuesday, several Chicago suburbs were pelted with hail, anywhere from the size of quarters to as big as golf balls. There was a strong tornado caught on video by storm chaser Aaron Jajak. Kind of shocked by the sight in Pleasantville, Iowa this past afternoon, capturing footage of what he called a strong drill bit tornado, swirling in some fields in Pleasantville, about 35 miles southeast of Des Moines. Tornado was also spotted near Knoxville, Iowa, east of Pleasantville, another in Melcher, Dallas, to the south of Pleasantville. But again, nothing as far as the devastation that we saw last Friday. It doesn't appear we're going to see anything, on the northern side, our wintry side of this storm, things are pretty darn ugly as our blizzard warnings continue for a large portion of North Dakota, right down through the heart of South Dakota, northwestern and west central portions of Minnesota. Winter storm watches throughout about the northern half of Minnesota. Ice storm warnings. We're seeing a lot of ice accretion in the northernmost reaches of Wisconsin, as well as the UP of Michigan there. Now, some of those snow totals guarantee you there are road closures. Some areas have seen more than 30 inches of snow. Parts of South Dakota and Wyoming, Glen Rock, Wyoming, just south of Casper, as of Tuesday evening, reporting with 33 inches of snow. Areas from southeast Idaho, the Wasatch of northern Utah, into eastern Wyoming, the Black Hills of South Dakota, all picking up over 20 inches of snowfall. Going back to Monday, the storm buried Casper, Wyoming, 26.7 inches. It was that city's snowiest calendar day on record for any time of year. Salt Lake City's airport picked up 7.5 inches of snow from that storm, but more than 30 inches in the higher elevations of the Wasatch and Snowbird and Alta. Again, those blizzard warnings continue, including the Bismarck and Fargo, North Dakota areas, Rapid City and Pierre, South Dakota. Blizzard conditions been reported in parts of southern Wyoming, including the Rawlins area, according to the National Weather Service. So obviously expect very difficult or impossible travel conditions where those blizzard and winter storm warnings are in effect. Mentioned ice storm warnings in effect around Lake Superior. Ice could cause damage to trees, power lines, and could very well be a very slippery morning commute for your Wednesday. As we move into midweek Wednesday here, snow's going to slowly wind down from west to east across the northern plains. Then the strong winds are going to persist at least through the day in the eastern half of the Dakotas over into Minnesota. That means the blizzard conditions could linger in those areas where the fresh snow has fallen. Looks like as far as additional snowfall, the heaviest would be from western and northern South Dakota into the eastern half of North Dakota and northern Minnesota. An additional 5, maybe up to 10 inches of snow, possible in eastern North Dakota and extreme northern portions of Minnesota. All right, so I guess as we head through the second half of the week, starting later today, there's going to be concern. This frontal system eventually is going to kind of stall out across the southeast. And flooding and severe thunderstorms, those are two common springtime weather risks, and that's what we're going to be watching for the rest of the week. Some locations may receive as much as a half a foot of rain over the coming days as this stalled frontal system and a few pieces of atmospheric energy move along that front. That's going to be the trigger for some persistent downpours through much of the southeast, stretching from eastern portions of Texas all the way over into Florida. We'll break down a bit more on what we anticipate there coming up in a bit. Meanwhile, what do we have here as we roll into a Wednesday? Hello to Debbie, checking in from southern Montana. Roads are going to be slick as the temperatures continue to drop there. Take care. God bless. Good to have you on board there, Debbie. Out of the box, first on board. There's Mary Ann. Good morning to all. God bless our truckers. Hello, Cap and Rod. In the house, 75 degrees, rolling through Ocala, Florida. So, yes, we're nearly as warm here in Southwest Ohio as you are in Ocala, Florida tonight. Hello to Philly Dan. Drivers, keep on humping. Happy hump day. Stay safe, and God bless the Rambler. There's Roy in Northwest Illinois, where it is 70 degrees at this hour. Hello to Joe Self. Morning to you of all the Overnight Drive listeners. Got a nice 65 here in Winchester, Virginia, this hump day midnight hour. Everybody stay safe. Okay. Shorty is on board the North Carolina-Virginia line, I-77 northbound with 63 degrees. There's 5-7. Didn't get my Facebook notification, but we're on board. Copy the mail. Good afternoon. Hammer down. Be safe. Thank you much, Larry. There's Dipsy Driver. Morning, Steve. And, of course, the best informed audience. 51 clouds here in Stockbridge, mid-Michigan. If April showers bring May flowers, what do Mayflowers bring? Pilgrims. Hey, Steve, great interviews there at the Mid-America Truck Show in Louisville. Very informative. Thank you so much to Hot Shot Secret for supporting those great charities there. Hello, Buckeye Boy. Checks in from Ackworth, Georgia, where it's 70 degrees. I'll be getting up very early. I play around the golf with the missus on her birthday. Then we'll come back, take a nap, go out for dinner with her son and the family. Hope the New York District Attorney loses his job for this farce. Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. All right. Eskimo Mom, hello from a warm home 20. Taking tonight off to take an out-of-town doctor's appointment for the husband in the morning. It's one of those hazards of living in the more rural areas. I did see all the pictures from the Mid-America Truck Show. Looks like everybody had a wonderful time there. Yeah, please stay weather aware no matter where you're traveling. Yeah, many of the areas of the country are having their own issues tonight and into the day on Wednesday. We are breezy, partly cloudy for now. Got 67 degrees on the front porch here. All right, thank you for the heads up there, Eskimo Mom. I saw Lauren Weiss made a post here just a few hours ago. And I've also got an update on Heat Wave and Lady Heat Wave. He had posted just about an hour and a half ago that they are indeed making the trek back to Albuquerque tonight. They've settled in Tulsa, Oklahoma. He said, we are living on Tulsa time. Lady Heat Wave seems to be doing fine, and so they're going to spend the night there. I guess they're probably sacked out as we speak, and they'll hit that next leg of the journey on over into New Mexico today. But apparently, as they were traveling toward the west, rolling through Missouri, I guess they actually just made a brief pit stop to check in on Lauren Weiss and his wife, of course, who had surgery this past day. He says, Mr. and Mrs. Heatwave, live in Joplin, Missouri. Well, my hot blonde wife had 2 surgeries today. As of right now, she is cancer-free in her chest area. She did have a full mastectomy. The doctors did take lymph node samples, which looked clean in the preliminary test. We'll have a solid answer on that, they tell us, in 3 to 5 days. She is a true warrior princess. I'm in awe of her courage and of God's provision and cover he provides for us. Thanks to everyone of the Overnight Drive, the brothers and sisters who have prayed, gave an encouraging word, or just a shout-out. But Mr. Heatwave, sir, Neil, my friend, not knowing me or even having met me, you and the missus took time out of your travels to simply stop out in front of Mercy Hospital here in Joplin just to shake my hand and say hello. And several times you ask about Deanna, before ever even getting here. Gilligan also asks, I said, thank you. We are privileged to serve in the greatest industry and brotherhood. Even with all the trucking works, I wouldn't trade this for anything. So a shout out to all of you. Love and peace in Christ. Deanna and I really appreciate you all. So that's pretty nice. Even with the wife, not being in the best of health, making a pit stop. The concern, the camaraderie, this family that we've developed over the years on the overnight drive. So prayers for a safe second leg of the journey as Heat Wave and Lady Heat Wave make their way back to Albuquerque, New Mexico. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
That's that secret. We share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, around the country, as always, what's on your mind? It's 844-844-3388. All right. Now, we knew the Dog and Pony Show was slated to get underway, which indeed it did. Yeah, media from around the world. Trump's campaign pollster John McLaughlin says, judging by a recent survey he conducted, the American people seem to believe the only crime for a former President Trump is committed is beating Joe Biden in the polls. Among 1,000 likely voters nationwide, Trump beating Biden 47% to 43%. According to the report, this is all about stopping Trump from winning the presidency again. Yeah, you think? This is a political trial, political persecution. The only crime Trump has done is he leads Joe in the polls. Now, Trump, for the first time this year, leading the field of 14 potential candidates. Yeah, 51% to DeSantis, 21%. Yeah, Mike Pence at 6%, Nikki Haley 4%. If that was a one-on-one race with Ron DeSantis of Florida. While in January, Trump was leading DeSantis 52 to 41%. He's now leading 63 to 30%. Yeah, when asked how the Manhattan District Attorney Bragg's decision to indict Trump has impacted Trump's standing in the polls and the Republican primary, McLaughlin said it has been a total backfire. The majority of Americans, 71%, think this country is on the wrong track. Yeah, they think it's backwards, 69%. 55% think there's a double standard going on here. This is a political diversion with campaigns. When you're in trouble like Biden, yeah, we're all the Chinese money that's coming out. You have to create a diversion. Yeah, 55% of all voters think this is a double standard, and Hunter Biden's going free at the same time. All right, even those who have no love or favoritism of Trump at all, the likes of even Mitt Romney. Who would ever think Mitt Romney would come to the defense of Trump? There's several anti-Trumpers. Yeah, Bolton, yeah, Romney, even they're slamming this case in New York. Lots to cover here as we make our way into a Wednesday. Lines are available at 844-844-3388.
USA News Update. The judge presiding over former President Trump's case already presided over a criminal case involving the 45th president. Judge Juan Merchan oversaw last year's tax fraud trial. In that case, the Trump organization was ordered to pay a $1.6 million penalty for felony tax fraud. We'll see how this goes. After a brief stint as Miami-Dade Arena, the home of the Miami Heat is about to become the Kaseya Center. Miami-Dade Mayor Daniela Levine Cava stressing the Miami-based global software company is not another FTX.
They're on board with our future-ready economy. They're actively partnering with our colleges and university. They've committed to hiring 3,000 new full-time positions right here in our community.
The 17-year, more than $117 million naming rights agreement funds the county's Peace and Prosperity Plan. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Greece is cheap.
But the airfare costs a fortune.
Paris?
Not much closer, and again, airfare...
What about Puerto Vallarta?
Let's face it, flying anywhere is just too expensive.
Wait, what's this? Low-cost airlines.
With one call to low-cost airlines, you'll drastically slash your travel costs. We're talking insanely low airline prices to any of your favorite destinations. Where would you like to go? London, Rome, Costa Rica, Australia?
Wow, that's cheap.
So why wait? Call now to learn how crazy cheap it is to fly anywhere in the U.S. or international. Our prices are so low, we can't publish them. The only way to get them is to call to instantly hear the most amazing best deals on airline travel. It's that easy. So call now and start packing.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hello to the Blade Runner. Thank you for the email. Very, very interesting. I'll share that with the audience coming up here. Kind of breaking down the actual statement from the district attorney, Alvin Bragg, this past day. It's even sillier than you might think. The Trump indictment, even more silly than anyone could have possibly imagined. We'll share that again coming up here. Hey, prices at the pump continue to drop. That may turn around a bit by the time we get the next numbers. Of course, had the announcement that OPEC Plus is opting to cut production. Surprise, surprise. Yeah, why? Well, the prices had been gradually coming down. They'd love to keep the price per barrel as close to $100 as possible. Especially the likes of Saudi Arabia. 90% of Saudi Arabia's income is oil. Where did the numbers go over the past day? Well, West Texas Intermediate is now at $81 per barrel. Brent crude, the global benchmark, backed over $85 per barrel, $85.37. The prospect of beginning to refill the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, which we've sucked so much out of, in a bid to keep prices at the pump down amid rocketing inflation. We're supposed to purchase oil when it's below $70 per barrel. Now, how funny is that? Is there a political strategy involved here with the likes of OPEC? Yeah, knowing if they can prevent us from refilling our strategic reserve, we will really find ourselves in a pickle when and if the time were to come we truly needed those SPR inventories. All right, oil prices rise as crude and gas inventories fall. Top headline from the Oil Price Information Service at this hour. But again, meanwhile, prices at the pump did come down about 3 cents per gallon over the past week. National average now at $4.23 per gallon. Each region in the Pro Miles report saw a lower price compared to the past week. A 10-cent drop in the Rocky Mountain region, the most significant reported, down anywhere from 4 to 5 cents along the East Coast, West Coast, New England, and lower Atlantic regions. with a price of $3.84 per gallon. The Gulf Coast reporting the lowest average of any region this week. So again, national average $4.23. Yeah, still running in the $4.50 per gallon range in the Central Atlantic. The Midwest just below that $4 per gallon mark at $3.99 and 6/10. You might as well say $4. Gulf Coast at $3.84. You head out west, still over $5 per gallon. The West Coast as a whole at $5.09. California at $5.44 per gallon. Diesel prices around the country. Carolina Monkey Gouger, what's going on?
What are you doing, Steve?
Playing radio. Have you recovered from the big show?
No, not yet. Not yet. I'm going to tell you what, Steve. I had the best time of my life up there. This will be a show to remember. Got home Saturday night. Phone started ringing. We going fishing in the morning? We going fishing? Yeah. And then Biscuit called me. I want to come up there and spend the night. Well, I'll come and get you. So I went and got her. Got up there in the morning. I said, you going with me? It's still dark outside. I said, go back to sleep. So last 2 days, we killed the fish. The fish were jumping in the boat. Just like suicide and everything else. You know, it's just been unbelievable the last 2 days we've had on the lake.
Mm-hmm.
We knocked them in the head. So have you recovered yet?
I guess I think I'm back on schedule now after being, sleeping like during the overnight hours for 5 nights in a row. I was kind of dragging when I came back in here last night. Yeah, did your phone buzz? Did your phone ring there Saturday afternoon? Monkey Gouger had been on standby. If things got slower, if we had a guest, we were going to throw him on the air. Everything went smooth Thursday, Friday. Yeah, I got over there Saturday, and we had kind of a lighter schedule anyway, but turned out Joel Morrow was sick. Now, he was slated for nearly an hour interview, and he never made it over to the show. So we started, I poked Lisa and I said, get a hold of Gouger. Tell him to get over here. We're going to need some help. We pulled through. We got through. All was said and done. But yeah, we had plenty of time. We could have thrown you in there. But I guess you saw that the crowd was really flowing in heavily on Saturday, and you'd done so much walking already Thursday, Friday. You just decided to head on out. Was that the deal?
Well, Steve, I tell you what, I got to looking at, I got one of those things I put on my iPhone and track them. I walked 25 miles while I was at the truck show.
Wow.
I mean, they'd be downloaded at night. Now, see, my day started Wednesday because somebody called me and said, we got some fill-in time. We got to go around and we got to do this and we got to do that. I ain't mentioning no names. I ain't going to put you on the hot seat. But so I went around and plotted out my strategies. Wednesday, I started walking. So Wednesday, I pretty much covered that whole show. It's amazing what you can see up there on Wednesday. I mean, there ain't nobody in the aisle, and you just buzzing through this. I got all moose numbers down. We got to go visit and all that. So, get up there Thursday and we get throw the curveball and we end up going out here and doing this and doing that. And, while I got you on the hot seat, I want to explain to everybody what goes on at this truck show. For about, let's say 2007, when Jim Stadtmiller come on, I was a runner for Jim Stadtmiller and your show. And been one ever since. And, what we do is Jim can't get there. And so he got me running around out there filling in for fill-up time, so time that we lapped over. And a lot of people had run into me during the show, and I said, hey, look, I'm sorry, I cannot talk right this second. I said, if you come over to the booth later on this afternoon, I'll be there this afternoon, I promise you, but I got things I got to do. So Friday morning, phone rings. I look at it. I said, what in the world? You know, so you know what the deal was. I need you to go here. I need you to go there. I need you to do this. I need you to do that. Okay, we'll get it done. So anyway, right off the bat, I run right into our old friend and Michael Benetti, and he's wanting to talk. And I said, Mike, I love you to death, man. I said, I appreciate everything you've done for us. I said, you have been great. Seats, everything. With, you know, he's a part of the CBG group. I said, I cannot talk right now. He said, why? I said, I have got to get moving. I got some things I got to do for Steve for some fill-in time. You know, and some people got kind of, you know, blowed off. They felt like they were blowed off. Really, truly. I mean, Steve, I'm not telling the truth.
All right, Gouger, did you hit
Did I lose you?
Yeah, well, you beeped there for a moment. Oh, you're back. Okay, there you go.
Okay. So anyway, you know, I run into Michael. I said, I got to go run some other people. But anyway, anybody, I mean, you know as much as anybody that me and you have never got to do but probably 2 radio interviews in what, 23, 24 years we've been together?
Yep.
I mean, the thing about it is we got the hard people that come in, and then we got filler time. And that's what I'm doing during the truck show. I'm out there running for you. So I got back over that Thursday afternoon, and Wanda, Georgia Pete, told me, said, you're going to sit down right here and you ain't going to move for an hour. I said, why? She said, everybody want to come by, and I'm tired of being your booking agent. I said, all right, I'll sit down, you know. But, Steve, I'm going to tell you something. I had the greatest time at this truck show. I mean, it was just, I seen people I hadn't seen in 10, 15 years and got to talk to them. And running around, I mean, it's for the first time since I've been going to the truck shows, I made it out to the Pride and Polish and got to run out there and see that. It was a great time out there running to people and talk to them and everything. It was just a busy truck show, but it was a good time.
I don't know if you were with us last evening or not, but you know that guitar. Did you hear the story? Did you catch that? How that worked out?
Oh yes, talking about Rolo. Oh yeah, that was a feel good story, and that the man to give him that is a personal friend of mine. Knowed him for many years, and that's just the way that Gary operates. And I mean, he wanted to guitar, and he said, "I'm gonna get this Rolo." I said, "Okay," you know. So I mean, it was just a great show. I mean, you're hanging out with you and your family, and I finally got to meet your mother-in-law. And boy, she told some stories on you, Steve-O. Yeah. I'm gonna need some payola not to talk. I got some good stuff on you there, buddy.
You know, after all these years, that's the first time she's ever got to make it in to see what we do there at the Mid-America. Never been there before.
Well, I got to sit down and talk to her for an hour, and that woman had me laughing so hard a couple of times. I mean, it was. I mean, well, you know, she tackled me there right after the deal, and then I give her a copy of the book, and then she did come down there and went to talk. She said, "Oh, I got some stuff on you, boy." But I tell you, it was great to hang out with everybody, the Hot Shot Secret people, the everybody. I mean, just everybody that was there. It was a great show, man. And David would call me during the days, how things going? I said, I'm busy right now. I can't talk, but you call me back after 6, we'll talk. But it was a great time, Steve.
Well, I know I thanked you when I was there, but thank you again for you and Grump doing what you did, trying to help out there. That was good. The Caterpillar guys, that was great. I saw Cue Ball actually got over to the Cat booth, and he did a great interview with them, kind of breaking down those engines, to keep because cat engine owners love those cats. You know, they want to keep them running.
I tell you what, me and Q-Ball know one another for a long time. I got to spend 5 minutes with him, talk to him for just a minute and gone. I mean, Q-Ball, I reckon I'm his biggest fan on his fan page there. That Saznek Racing there, whatever he got there. I'm a friend of his on there. Q-Ball's a great guy. Did you tell the story about Q-Ball running all over the track out there and the truck tracing him and everything?
Yeah, he was one of those that helped fill in the gap there. He spent about an hour with me there Saturday afternoon, told all about that. What was it? The green, what was the name of that from the Maximum Overdrive movie?
Well, Steve, they shot that where that Maximum Overdrive went crazy. That was shot at exit 28, Coosahatchee, South Carolina. That's where they shot that film at. And I've seen that old clown truck many times there, and it was something. But to be a part of that, seeing that going on down there in the home state of South Carolina, film right there, the truck stop. We stopped at it many times at Coosahatchee. It was something, and I didn't get to hear the whole story because, like I say, Steve, when we got the call to come back over, my legs were just shot. I mean, they were gone. I mean, 25 miles of walking.
I bet.
And I told the person, I said, we can't get with Steve. I had never ever seen that parking lot that full. I mean, we drove all the way around it, and the closest we could get was probably a good quarter of a mile to the front door. And I said, Gary, I'm not walking back in there. I said, my legs are shot. They feel like they got bayonets in the back of them. I said, we'll call the police and tell her, hey, we just can't get in there. But I mean, I don't know if you've seen the crowd that poured in there or how heavy it is, but I've never seen it. I think Toby Young reported it was probably one of the biggest attendance on record.
Well, after last year, it was, when all was said and done, it seemed like it was a busier crowd. But, of course, I was in the place I'd never been. For years and years, we were out there in the North Wing lobby. So, obviously, there was more foot traffic. But I think the number was only, 55,000, 57,000 last year?
I think that's what it was.
Yeah. So, it'll be interesting to get the final numbers where things turned out this year. But I think, all things considered, with the weather, the issues on Friday, even with the rain Friday, it turned out to be a pretty busy day.
Well, Steve, there was something funny that happened at the motel Friday night. Me and Grunt was sitting there having a cool one. After we finished with the birthday party and everything, we was sitting there in the room talking, watching this old crazy TV show, and we was sitting there having a cool one, and we heard people dragging these stuff out on the patio, right next to our patio. And looked out there and said, you ain't gonna believe it. These damn fools are having them a wine party right there outside our door, So I looked out there and there were 3 or 4 women, 3 or 4 men. They was all out there drinking their wine and stuff. They flashed lightning. And before they could get that stuff moved, the wind picked up. It must have picked up like 70 miles an hour. It blowed everything right off of their thing. They were trying to get inside and everything. It was a mess. But we sat there and watched the storm roll through and watched everything that was going on. But I tell you, I can't stay enough for the Stay-Built people, Hot Shot Secrets, your whole family. It was a great, great, great truck show.
Yep. I think as far as I'm concerned, I say of all the years I've been going, I said it last night, I think it was probably the best show we've had. I think we've really made some inroads with trying to help get this show off the ground with more sponsors and whatnot. There's folks that are anxious to become a part of the program. So I think we might have finally hit full stride.
I think we're in full stride. We're in full gold mode. And I tell you, Steve, I can't thank you enough for the great time we had up there. So we had a blast. Even though we worked hard, But we had a good time up there while we was up there. And I can't thank enough for everybody, all the people that come by and seen us at the show. Like I say, the people that I run into, if I blowed you off, I didn't mean to. It was just that we was in goal mode and I had to move.
Gotta go.
And I'm sorry for it, but anyway, that's about it for tonight, Steve. The fishing report, the fish are jumping in the boat, committing suicide. We got 2 more days of good weather. We plan on getting up in the morning and getting after them again. And so you ever get down this way, we'll just have us a big old fish fry.
Well, I thought you was off last week for the show. You're off. What the hell? Do you work every other week or just once a month?
Well, now let me tell you what happened. I got a phone call at truck show. There was a guy needing a way home. He had a family emergency, and they called me. They called me Friday night while we was on the way over to the birthday party, and I said, "Hey, look, if he got a family emergency, give him my load." I said, "This is going to take me a week to recuperate. You know something, Steve? I might take off another week." Because, I mean, these fish are just wearing me out. There was so much a man could do, reeling them fish in and put them in the board and take them home, clean them out, and give them some grease. And, it's just a hard life, boy. I don't know what to say.
Well, enjoy your time at the Marina Del Rey.
Steve, we go and take it easy, man. It was great talking to you, and we'll talk to you. Maybe we'll give you a fish report about Thursday to let you know we got the freezer full.
All right, and I'll be looking forward to my full report from the Grump.
Yeah, buddy.
All right, have a good morning there. Carolina Monkey Gouger, 25 miles. Wow. It's not difficult to do. A lot of walking there. All right, as we roll toward, we'll wind it down. Thanks for hour number 1 already. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Looks like under the industry headlines via CDL Life, a former worker with the Idaho Department of Transportation facing up to 20 years in prison after pleading guilty to charges related to a CDL testing bribery scheme. Another one of those scenarios where we often wonder, these individuals out there driving like maniacs, where the hell they get their license? Oftentimes it's, scenarios like this. They have no business holding a CDL. Kelly Nathaniel Goodman, 71 years old, pleading guilty to a count of honest services wire fraud as part of a plea agreement. Specifically pleading guilty to accepting bribes in exchange for a passing CDL test score. He was an Idaho CDL skills test examiner from the 90s until late 2021. According to authorities, without the knowledge of ITD, Goodman accepted bribes in exchange for passing scores on Idaho CDL skills tests. And between December of 2017 and May of 2020, received at least $38,000 in bribes as part of this skills test scheme. Scheduled for sentencing coming up in June of this year, could face a maximum penalty of 20 years and a $250,000 fine. As part of the plea agreement, he's agreed to pay restitution to the Idaho Transportation Department and the U.S. Department of Transportation, and to pay a forfeiture money judgment of at least $38,000. But, at 71 years old, if you were to get even maybe a 10-year prison sentence, you may be spending the rest of your days on this earth behind bars. We'll get to some of the other industry headlines coming up here. Lots to cover on a Wednesday. Mike, it's 844-844-3388. I have another recall. This time, Daimler Trucks North America recalling thousands of Freightliner Cascadia trucks because of an issue with the hazard warning lights. According to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Daimler recalling more than 24,000 Freightliner Cascadia trucks, model years 2020 and 2021. In the affected trucks, the hazard warning lights may flash improperly during an advanced braking assist event, as they referred to it. Consequently, these vehicles failed to comply with the requirements of the FMCSA's safety standard number 108, lamps, reflective devices, and associated equipment. Hazard warning lights that flash improperly may cause confusion for other drivers, increasing the risk of crash. Long story short, it sounds like it's I guess like a software issue that shouldn't be too difficult to fix. They'll be getting that software repair made. And there you go. We close things out. Hour number 1 in the books as we roll into a Wednesday hump day. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. More severe storms and tornadoes are forecast to hit parts of the U.S. this week. Officials say the areas at the highest risk of the threatening weather include the Midwest and the South, particularly Missouri, Iowa, Wisconsin, and Arkansas. This comes after dozens of people across 7 states died as a result of similar storms last week. Former President Trump is back in Florida after his arraignment in New York. On Tuesday, Trump pleaded not guilty to 34 counts of falsifying business records and conspiracy. DA Alvin Bragg alleges Trump made hush money payments to kill negative information before the 2016 election, while also falsifying how that money was accounted for.
The defendant repeatedly made false statements on New York business records. He also caused others to make false statements.
Meanwhile, Trump's defense team is denouncing the charges.
They said that this was a false business record entry to aid and abet another crime without saying what the other crime was.
The judge presiding over the case already did so over a criminal case involving the 45th president. Judge Juan Merchan oversaw last year's tax fraud trial of Trump's family real estate business. Former President Trump's attempt to stop his former aides from testifying in a January 6th investigation is being denied. A federal appeals court turned away his bid for emergency help, which included stopping his former White House chief of staff, Mark Meadows, from testifying on his actions that day. President Biden meeting with science and technology advisors earlier Tuesday to discuss the risks and the opportunities of artificial intelligence. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre.
There's a comprehensive process that is underway to ensure a cohesive federal government approach to AI-related risks and opportunities.
She said the president had planned to discuss the impact of AI on individuals, society, and national security. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty, and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
The Manhattan DA is asking for an order of protection in the Trump case.
Mr. Trump and his attorneys would not be allowed to comment publicly for any purpose other than his defense on elements of discovery that were handed over to them by the prosecution.
NBC News' Garrett Hockey says the DA's office told the judge they're concerned about social media attacks Trump has posted against District Attorney Alvin Bragg and some potential witnesses, warning to Trump and his team to refrain from any further verbal attacks. The governor of Washington State, Jay Inslee, is preparing for a Texas federal judge to potentially block sales of the abortion drug mifepristone.
Washington State will not allow a judge in Texas to deny the right of Washington women to this safe drug.
Inslee has ordered the Washington Department of Corrections to buy around 30,000 doses of the drug. Combined with an additional supply at the University of Washington, the state would have enough of the drug to meet 4 years' worth of demand. Jury selection has begun in Boise, Idaho in the so-called Doomsday Cult trial. Lori Vallow is accused of killing 2 of her young children in 2019. The 7 and 16-year-old disappeared, and their bodies were eventually found on property in rural Idaho belonging to their stepfather, Vallow's husband, Chad Daybell. Prosecutors say Vallow and Daybell committed the crimes because they were obsessed with doomsday-focused religious beliefs. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices. Visit omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and Auto Stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Okay, right back at it here. Hello to Bidu, checking in this morning. Good morning, Steve, and the overnight drive crew. Around the country, 844-844-3388. Let me jump back to the calls here. And actually got to meet this guy for the first time after all those years. Well, you say cue ball.
Hey, good morning, Steve. First, I'm going to tell you, I left Northern Milwaukee a little bit ago. I'm coming around Chicago. What a difference in temperature. big time. It was pretty cold up in Wisconsin. I'm not talking 100 miles. It's got to be a 20, 30 degree difference.
Yeah.
Easy. Oh, yeah. So I think them storms are coming up and coming this way. The phone keeps giving me alerts for lightning strikes close by, although I haven't seen any in a little bit, but I saw a bunch of flashes in the sky when I was still in Wisconsin. As far as the show goes, yeah, I can certainly vouch for Monkey Gouger's legs because let me tell you, Sunday I barely walk. My legs are so sore and tired from walking around that joint all day for 3 days. That was something. But similar to what Gouger was saying, man, for me it was the first time to doing anything like that. And for doing what I was doing out there, trying to walking around, trying to get some content for the YouTube channel, it was certainly an experience. And with the growth of the channel, Gouger's definitely a famous person all by himself there too. So in that way I could relate, because if you have to walk somewhere and you think it's going to take you 20 minutes to get there, unless you absolutely have to be there quick, you may as well figure it's going to take you 40 minutes to get there. Because everybody comes up to you, wants to talk to you, shake your hand, say hi, all that kind of stuff.
Yep.
And it's definitely an interesting feeling for that. So I'm certainly not going to complain about the blessings in life, that's for sure. But no, I had a great time, and actually I was wanting to tell you, Thursday afternoon, I just got done editing it today, but the interview we did, I just got done editing it, so I'll dive into that up on Thursday afternoon sometime. I think that came out pretty good, even though I had a GoPro die early.
Good deal. I was watching some of I saw your day number 1 video when you were like rolling into town along 65, parked Orwell out there in the parking lot, and then I was watching your interview with Caterpillar, which I didn't realize you're a big cat guy, and they were telling you some things that they didn't really get around to when I was interviewing them over at my booth about the whole the block exchange program. That was pretty fascinating.
Oh yeah, I remember last year, and that woman Jennifer came over to talk to you guys about cat stuff. And I had known a little bit about and that was after I'd already rebuilt my 3406B in Orwell. But I had no idea that they were starting to turn around engine blocks like that. And then to find out you can get brand new blocks and all new insides, internals on the 3406E, 3406E, P15s. Now they're starting to do the P12s, and there was another one in there. I can't remember what it was, but yeah, it's just amazing. And if you turn in a core, and it doesn't even have to be a cat core. It don't even take a Cummins or a Detroit, as long as it's older or current to what you're buying for emissions equipment or standards in years, however that was working out. I didn't call it emissions groups, I think the way they called it.
Well, they were talking about, even accepting a cracked block, or, the guy said, if you can see through the block, that's, they'll take it. I got a hole in the block.
Like literally that engine that burned up and cracked in Tim Gentry's fire, they would take as a core, and all that thing was a glorified boat anchor because it got so hot the block had cracked when the fire department hit it with water. And all that was a glorified boat anchor.
Yep.
See, the thing is, I think the way it works out is the EPA is trying to let it be. You can replace what's out there, but you can't build anymore. I think that's kind of how it's playing out. That's not what he said, that the Caterpillar man. Yep. That's just what I'm thinking, because he said it was the thing with EPA, that those brand new engines are only available if you have a suitable core to drop it off.
Yep.
So that made sense. I think it's kind of like basically, it's like a glider without a glider, without being a glider truck, so to speak, right? But that was, there was a lot of misnomer, and I really wanted to sort that interview, and I actually went over there, had to wait a few hours because I had to wait for the guy that actually knew how to go on air, so to speak, or go on video that was a decent public speaker and was very knowledgeable of these particular, like I'm stuttering stammer right now, right? Which that stinks, but you know, you had to be able to know what they're selling, what they can, what they can't sell, what products they have. And it's not out of the question that they might wind up actually starting to redo your 3406B, which would be awesome. Now, the standard remans are available, but could you imagine getting a brand new B model? I'd be all in on that. Let me tell you. Of course, a lot of people in my world are also thinking, man, could you imagine? Could somebody imagine like a truck like mine, Orwell, in '84, with like a 5EK or a 6NZ engine in it? And I'm like, yeah, that'd be pretty badass. Although I think it would ruin the soul of this truck if I were to do that. But there's a lot of other guys that certainly would do it, and you know, I wouldn't shy away from it with other trucks. So this thing's kind of growing on me. But yeah, that Caterpillar deal is definitely something sweet. But yeah, Gallagher also mentioned you guys are talking about that Green Goblin replica truck from the movie Maximum Overdrive.
Yes.
I went out there. Well, long story short, I was able to do that video that I dropped today when I seen them. That was the video right before I came to see you.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And you literally, I was running from there to you. It's not clickbait. Like, that's real. Like, I literally had to run that. But the next day, Sunday, I ran into him again. I thought he had left. I was getting ready to text him. I ran into him over in the Cracker Barrel. And I had said, hey, are you going to be by the truck? He's like, yeah. He told me where it was. It was literally behind Orwell, but a little further away from where it was. So I wound up taking him. I wound up going for a ride. And I did wind up filming him I put cameras in his truck, put cameras on my truck. But before we did that, would you believe I got to drive that thing?
Really?
Yeah, I got to drive it, dude.
How about that?
Like not just around a parking lot either. I had it out of the convention center. Of course, I filmed it. You know, I was like, oh my God. I mean, you want to talk about the coolest thing I've ever driven. And I can't believe I got to drive that thing. So I was like, you got to be kidding me. Oh my God. I'm excited now, and it's days old. Man, oh man, but that thing is, if there was ever a movie where anybody ever loved the sounds of old Stroke Detroit, that's the one that did it. And it was amazing too when you look at how little special effects that movie actually had when it was out. You know, like
yep.
Somebody said they had to drive that night. Granted, I don't know how they did it in the scenes where they were able to hide the drivers that were driving them things because they were in the movie they were driving themselves. But like that's what that engine sounded like. If you cut the muffler off and straight piped it, that's how obnoxious and loud that thing was. And that particular truck was still, I can't remember his last name, but there's a Facebook group called Green Goblin Replica Truck, a Facebook group. And a guy, I can't remember his last name, first name's Nate. He's the one that built it. So he's a truck driver and a fabricator. But he does that. I know he's got another project he's working on. But he ran that truck for a few years like that, trying to take it to shows and stuff. Then he sold it. The new owner lives out there in like Breezewood, Pennsylvania. So he was getting ready to get up with his family and drive it back to Pennsylvania. And that's when me and him did some filming with it. So when I left him, I put some diesel in his tanks and sent him on his way down to Pennsylvania. So he texted me the next day. He made it, and everything was great. Truck didn't give me any issues at all. So that was really cool. But yeah, I'm hoping. So he's not that far from Horse Feathers, by the way. I did, of course, catching all my friends and texting pictures of that thing. I was like, oh my God. I mean, that's almost a driving Smokey in a Bandit car. So, but no, I ran into a lot of people that I had heard about or just talked to on the phone every now and again, and finally got to meet them and hang out. So it was definitely a pretty cool vibe. But when you're there for more than just going to the truck show, it's just you really, really get busy. Like I've heard you for years talk about like you go there to broadcast, but you really don't get to see the show because you're busy there.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah, it's weird. It's so amazing that how many. The other thing too is kind of like how much stuff was there and how much was not there. And I still got to give a lot of guys credit. Like a lot of people put their trucks in the show and shine, but then just go to the lot outside that perimeter road out there. There's so many trucks out there that I feel are equally as impressive. That are to me what I would consider a show truck. That are just parked in a parking lot. The guys just drove there. That's like, oh man, it's walk behind that. It's walk in that back lot. You'll see some amazing equipment, and they're not even part of the show. They just drove there to hang out and just check out the show.
Right.
I didn't get to see because I was tied up, but I didn't get to see the truck and tractor pull after was it Saturday?
Yep.
But I saw a couple of videos from it. I knew a couple of people that went in there. They said it was absolutely awesome. The other thing that was really funny is we were getting ready. We were coming back, getting ready to go help out another buddy of ours that had a little bit of a truck issue and loose belts. Show truck had a truck sitting there, the battery died, so the alternator was pulling real hard, so I had to tighten up his belt for him. But me and Tim were coming down the street, and you see you ever see a building roll coal? Because all those pulling trucks, they suck the exhaust out of the stack to blow it outside the building, right?
Right.
Because when the pulling trucks are going, they're dragging that tube with them.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, I was just looking at this building, just roll coal. I'm like, that had to be so. I really wish I was able to get in there to see that. But man, it was just I thought it was an amazing show. Awesome for me to be in there for the first time like that, and I'm definitely going to try my best to get out there again next year and try to step up my game a little bit in some form or fashion. But it was really cool to meet you finally for the first time in 20 years.
Right.
Yeah, that was cool. I like how your booth. I like how you had that booth all set up too.
That was cool. Yeah,
Yeah,
that was the coolest setup I've
awesome.
ever been down there. I've always been in like a 10x10 booth, so that was spectacular.
Oh yeah, you had room to move around. Had a couple tables and chairs to sit down and relax and all of that. You had Hot Shot Secrets products just laying over there, and right behind your little studio section there. And I thought it worked out real good. Matter of fact, I got the shirt you guys gave me. I had that on today while I was filming.
That's
I'm
cool.
loaded right now. I gotta.
So little cross. I see you posted your Green Goblin. I just saw that where you posted that like 7 hours ago. You've already got like 13,000 views on that.
Yeah, weirdly enough, that video actually isn't doing as good as the Caterpillar one, which it's so weird how some videos you think are going to do great and they're kind of meh, and other videos you think are meh, and then they just take off. But sometimes they're late bloomers, they won't take off immediately, and then they'll just go gangbusters like when they're about a week old. So it's hard telling, but yeah, I think it's a good video, but the one, and if everything works out right, that'll come out Sunday afternoon where I'm driving that truck.
Okay.
That's going to be Sunday afternoon, and that one I really expect to just go absolutely berserk. Because I could not believe that he let me drive it. I was like, you got to be absolutely kidding me. I mean, that's a big set right there, man. But that was probably the coolest machine I've ever driven. And it has that amazing just growl, that big Detroit two-stroke sound to it. It is absolutely amazing. But so I certainly got my exercise on Saturday doing what I did that day. But it was worth it.
Well, it was definitely good to see you there, Cue Ball. And, of course, I knew what you looked like because I'd seen your videos and all that. But, to meet you in person, shake hands, and I appreciate you helping out there, spending that hour with us.
No trouble. It was I enjoyed it. I had a blast. You told me it was an hour. I'm like, oh, was it? Yeah, actually it was.
Yeah.
Because after I cut the commercials down, it was 40-some minutes.
Right,
I was like,
right.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
How's that possible?
Yep.
Yeah. All right, man, I'm going to let you go. I'll be sure to try to link up back with you next year, but I'll try to call a little bit more often.
Thank you much, Cue Ball. There you go. Have a good morning. Be safe out there, and we'll be back in 2.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, what else in the mix here? Back at it on a Wednesday. A little follow-up on the Nashville school shooting last week. Yeah, they told us from the very beginning that the shooter had some writings and little more info coming out that the shooter, Audrey Hale, had been planning to attack this Christian elementary school for months. I gave an update to the investigation, and of course, going through what they call the manifesto, indicated that she had been planning over a period of months to commit mass murder. She had also been studying the way other mass murderers had committed acts of violence and acted totally alone in the collective writings that they found in her vehicle there in the school parking lot, and others later found in the bedroom of her home. Apparently, she documented in journals her planning over a period of months. The writings remain under careful review, they say, by the Metropolitan Nashville Police and the FBI's Behavioral Analysis Unit based in Quantico, Virginia. The motive for her actions have not been established, they say, still under investigation by the Homicide Unit in consultation with the FBI's Behavioral Analysis Unit. Of course, Hale, the girl who used male pronouns and occasionally went by the name Aiden. Body cam footage showing the arriving police minutes after the shooting started, and later her being shot. They confirmed the FBI's Homicide and Behavioral Analysis Units were continuing to study those writings as they tried to determine a motive. They also found that she had fired 152 rounds during the shooting, and officers fired 4 5.56 rounds from a rifle and 4 rounds from a department-issued 9mm pistol, respectively. Nashville City Council member Robert Swope tells the Daily Caller that Hale's writings would be released after the FBI concluded their analysis. But they do say the case is currently still open, and as a result, the department could not disclose whether the manifesto would be given to the public at a future date. But again, that's just because they can't speak about it. But the motive, I think simple logic says, based on what she was dealing with mentally, the fact she was teased, I don't know, maybe the whole bullying thing comes into play. Meanwhile, about a minute from a news update, we'll get back with more. Who we got? 5-7 will be checking in. Looks like, is that Brenda or Randy? We'll find out. Eagle is on, but it might be CB. Might be, yes. And room for you at 844-844-3388. Quick reminder, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing lawn equipment. Collector cars, generators, anything that may be sitting around with gas in it for an extended period of time. Sta-Bil storage keeps that gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system at the same time. And you can save, just for being a listener to this program, 15% off your entire order by ordering Sta-Bil at the website goldeagle.com and using the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. Sta-Bil. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News Update. Former President Trump's Manhattan arraignment is over. His attorney Joe Tacopina says there's one reason and one reason only this happened today.
Today's unsealing of this indictment shows that the rule of law died in this country, because while everyone is not above the law, no one's below it either. And if this man's name was not Donald J. Trump, there is no scenario we'd all be here today. Please understand that based on these charges.
Trump on his way back to Florida after pleading not guilty to all 34 charges. The number of job openings dropped in February, falling below 10 million. It's the first time in 2 years the number has fallen below the 10 million mark. And Alzheimer's disease hits women harder than men, according to a new study from the Alzheimer's Association. The study found women who went through menopause early or who tried hormone replacement therapy 5 years after menopause have higher levels of the protein tau in their brains. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion, with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute, Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, hearing Dean Michael there reminds me, I'm looking at the calendar, it's April 5th, which means we've got, 10 days? We get a few extra days this year. I think it's the 17th, 18th. Tax time is here. Got to get on the ball here, procrastinators. Either that or file for that extension that'll take you up to October. Speaking of the IRS, that Internal Revenue Service, they say, will unveil their long-awaited 10-year spending plan for $80 billion in new funding to beef up enforcement and taxpayer services. Treasury Secretary said this past day, Janet Yellen, promising major investments in new technology and services in prepared remarks at the swearing-in ceremony of the new IRS commissioner. Yellen said the IRS strategic operating plan will outline the agency's plans in greater detail to invest in data and analytics to help them audit large corporations, quote, as well as high earners and complex partnerships. The $80 billion in new funding over a decade, provided through last year's Climate Inflation Reduction Act, looks to improve tax compliance, shrink the tax gap between the taxes that are owed and those that are paid, which it's estimated by the Treasury to be around $600 billion per year. It's been a lot of controversy in D.C., Republicans in Congress looking to repeal that funding in exchange for an increase in the federal debt ceiling this year. But Yellen repeated her vow that the funding would not be used to increase audit rates for small businesses and households earning under $400,000 a year. The promises, but there's almost no way they can do that realistically. So far, the Treasury has emphasized initial spending on improvements to customer service, looking to hire 5,000 new employees to answer phones and to staff their taxpayer service centers. Meanwhile, I guess after the swearing in, the new now IRS commissioner, Yeah, he delivered a tax season pledge that the agency's going to use that $80 billion infusion to become faster, more tech-savvy, and provide real-world improvements to taxpayers. This is our moment in history to transform the IRS, he says. Now, we have a great deal of work ahead to ensure a more modern, high-performing IRS that provides world-class service. Yeah, some of those planned improvements, as we just mentioned, hiring more people to end the long call wait times. You may hold for hours trying to get someone on the phone, if you ever even actually get someone on the phone. Looking for additional locations for IRS staff to provide in-person service and expanded online accounts so taxpayers and professionals can be able to address tax issues electronically rather than paper mail or snail mail. All right, he pledged before senators not to expand tax audits on businesses and homes making less than $400,000 per year. Yeah, they continue to make those promises. We shall see. Time will tell, right? That's also going to be the funding for those thousands of additional new IRS agents they're looking to hire. 5-7 on board. What's happening?
All kinds of stuff. Tried to follow along as much as I could on Facebook. Really enjoyed what I could see of the show. Looked like y'all had a blast. And I'm glad that fella got to drive that Green Goblin. That's a movie star to me. I've got a copy of Trucks and Maximum Overdrive, which is basically the same thing done at a different time. I don't understand why they had two of them like that, but they did.
Yeah.
Okay. Trump. I come in yesterday. My wife's glued to the TV. She likes ABC and David Muir. So I said, honey, let's go to Newsmax. They'll have all this stuff. All it was the picture of the hallway. They had liberal commentators. They're darn near giddy. And, they were just telling about all the things that they could nail Trump for. You know, they weren't telling the other side. They were just the accuser part. Mm. And I said, honey, after an hour, I says, we're going to Newsmax. I said, I'm tired of listening to this. But one of the things they did say, there were no protesters. You know, Trump called for protesters. There were no, ABC said there were no protesters for Trump in the streets. Well, I go to Newsmax, and 15 minutes or so into the show, they have a reporter on the street, and New York City cops have the Get Trump's protesters on one side of the street, the pro-Trump protesters on the next side of the street, and they said it was more like a football game. You know, they were yelling back and forth at each other. But the fact is, I looked at my wife, I says, you want to listen to ABC? They told you these people weren't there. And, you know what? We're Trump. That's all we're going to hear. All right. And as soon as they get whatever happens here, it's going to go straight to the Atlanta deal. Trump, right up through the election. And I'll state it down. I did it on online. I'll vote for Big Orange in the Big Orange suit in behind bars. And when he comes out, the first of the prison cell, as president of the United States, he'll say, "Pardon me," and then that's the way it's going to be. The thing that gets me is the big news, and you mentioned them about other things going on, but to me, the biggest news right now is Buffalo Boy got released. 4 years, he got released. Why? Federal prosecutors lied to the judge. He's out. He's in a halfway house. Why is he there? I bet you they're doing everything they can to get him to sign this or sign that to keep him from being able to sue for false imprisonment. But
But along with that, with the federal prosecutors lying, you got cells, cages full of American citizens that were there protesting. As long as they didn't touch a police officer or destroy public property, they were trespassing. And they're in there. They've been in there for almost 2 years. And so why are they still in there? I mean, the atrocities going on in this country. And 1,700 more people is what they're looking for. They're planning on bringing in. I'm sorry. It's, and yes, it's why? Yeah, it's to cover up the fact that the Bidens are being caught with the banking records, and they're not talking about that. So I sat there, and there's Newsmax. I mean, the whole hour, nothing but a picture of a hallway or the protesters on the street. And I said, honey, heck with that. I'm going to go look for a car show somewhere on the and I really am envious of y'all that got to enjoy that and the truck show and everything. But I'm pretty well a truck driver through the early morning until noon, and then I'm a caretaker from then on. So things like that, taking days off, is not possible for me. But like I said, I really enjoyed what I could see of the program. But it was cutting out on Facebook pretty bad.
Was it?
So, yep. And I was able to follow you a whole lot more during the day, or after the noon hour, and then at night. I mean, I was not getting much of you at all, and it kept putting me on your archives. Kept taking me back to the 29th. So, but hey, listen, I'm glad you enjoyed yourself. You got your name out there. For some reason, I've got friends with 700 WLW. I kept sharing it. I kept sharing your show with those with the 700 WLW, and I'm going to do it every night now. I'll just heck with them. If they're going to keep sending me stuff, I'll let them delete the friendship, I guess. But yeah, that's basically it for me. There's some atrocities going on. Trump thing's going to go on forever. There's more stories that we need to pay attention to. And I hope we start doing it soon, because I want answers from the prosecutors. I mean, I'm a little bit set back that Marjorie Taylor Greene hasn't been out there doing this. I mean, she was out there doing it before she got reelected. But, it needs to be done. I mean, our government is out of control, and it does seem like we've got enough people to keep doing it. And there's teeth. There is teeth on the lower class of the we can't get the upper class politicians, but the bureaucracy. I seen Mayorkas almost brought to tears by Ted Cruz. I mean, talking about the billions of illegal aliens come across the border, and the children, little girls being raped, and Mayorkas kept trying to go into this diatribe, political diatribe, and Ted Cruz basically called him a lowlife, scumbag, and he needed to, not his words, my words, and he needed to resign right now. Mayorkas, they did a close-up on his face. He was darn near in tears, face red, and he says, and he basically rebuked Ted Cruz for saying what he said, and Ted Cruz said, I rebuke you because you haven't done your job. So it's getting out there. It's a feel-good gotcha, but hopefully the people are listening, and apparently they're listening on this thing for Trump, because they're not real happy with his numbers shooting up. What, $4 million come into his coffers?
Oh yeah, he's reeling in millions of dollars, and these are small donations. A lot of them from first-time givers. Apparently, is what they're hearing. Now, the guy he refers to, 570 refers to him as Buffalo Boy, the guy that had the big furry hat on, QAnon Shaman, or Jacob Chansley, the real name. Yeah, the one that was sentenced to, what was it, Dave, 4 years in prison for his participation on January the 6th. Yeah, the irony that literally weeks after Tucker Carlson released that video, that footage from inside the Capitol, which appeared to show essentially him being escorted alone, from one part of the Capitol to the other, actually trying to open doors to get him in. All of a sudden released. It was actually a week ago today, last Wednesday. The Bureau of Prisons said Chansley was moved to what they're calling community confinement, a term that can either refer to a home confinement or a halfway house. Chansley's attorneys confirmed it was the latter, a halfway house. After serving 11 months in solitary prior to his sentence being imposed and only 16 months of his sentence thereafter, it's appropriate this gentle, intelligent young man be permitted to move forward with the next stage of what undoubtedly will be a law-abiding and enriching life, said his attorney. Now, the Bureau of Prisons said in a statement that for safety and security reasons, we do not discuss the conditions of confinement for an inmate, including transfers or release dates, nor do we specify an individual's specific location. But of course, he gained that national attention. The face paint, the horned headdress during the riot, ultimately led him to plead guilty to obstruction. He was sentenced in November of 21 to 41 months in prison. But of course, surprise, surprise, the video that was ultimately released, the video that was not shared, which would be considered exculpatory evidence, was not shared with his attorney, which, had it been, undoubtedly he wouldn't have taken the plea deal. He would not have pleaded guilty. The Bureau now lists his actual release date as May the 25th this year. The Bureau declined to discuss the specifics of his case, but inmates are able to shave off part of their sentences for good conduct while behind bars. The Hill reached out to the Justice Department for comment. Of course, it was earlier this month, as I said, Chansley returned to the spotlight after McCarthy granted Tucker Carlson exclusive access to the 44,000 hours of security footage. Carlson leveraged the footage to argue that this was a mostly peaceful chaos. The footage of Chansley walking around the Capitol unimpeded by a group of officers who were actually simply just following him around. They could have, taken him into custody, put him in cuffs, and hauled him off at any time. 10 before the hour, 844-844-3388 to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the wide ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the wide ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here. Who we got next up? Would that be CB?
Hey, Steve, it's Brain Dead.
Oh, Brain Dead. Okay. Well, I got that one wrong. What's going on, Brain Dead?
Well, that won't be the first time, and it won't be the last, Steve. My allergies are kicking my you-know-what today. But, Steve, we've known each other for quite a long time. And you know me, I generally don't talk about politics or hot-button issues. But you read that story about the school shooting in Nashville, and it really infuriates me when I hear this crap. And let me explain. The problem with stories like these mass shooters, it's not the guns, it's the media. And as often as we watch the media, when we hear these stories, we don't do one thing, Steve, and that's turn it off or change the channel. Because the media is focused on one thing, and that's the ratings. Because how many times have you seen, oh, well, we got this new piece of dirt about this, or new piece of dirt about this shooter, that shooter. And it's always one station, the next station, the next station, and it snowballs around because all these stations are looking for the ratings. If we simply change the channel or turn it off, ratings go down. People pay attention. Because the only thing I need to hear about that shooter, name, age, and are they dead? I don't need to see a picture. I don't need to know what they had for lunch yesterday. I don't need to know nothing else. Because as long as they're putting information and crap, like you just read that story out there, it's fanning the fuel in the fires for the next shooter. Because it's not the matter of if, it's a matter of when. And you're giving these people ammo because all these people want to be famous for 5 minutes, Steve. That's all it is. Simply. It's not the gun control at all. Because anytime you hear any kind of gun legislation, Steve, I'll bet you a $50 bill, the NRA is already giving kickbacks to both sides of the aisle, Steve.
I don't know how you get 5 minutes of fame when you're dead.
Well, what you just read, Steve, you read the story about Manifesto.
Well, yeah, but
put the story.
She's dead. She's not getting any glorification out of it.
Well, didn't you just read a story about her manifesto?
But she's dead.
See,
I mean,
I'm
saying if an individual wants fame, I mean, your fame is what kind of fame is it if you're dead? She's already dead. She doesn't know anybody's talking about her.
Right, but you're still talking about her a week later, Steve. Because see, here's the thing, though, and this is what the other thing that really infuriates me. We just talked about the news media, but let's look at social media. If you post anything pro-Trump, pro-guns, heck, Dingbat even posted a video of my dog scratching his back and got flagged for animal cruelty. They take it down. But stuff like this is fueling these people who want to be famous. Everybody wants to be famous in one way or the other, Steve. They want to be famous. So how else to do it? How else to get their name out there? Do something like this. That's the problem. Everybody wants to be famous for 5 minutes. But see, I guarantee you, Steve, when was the last time we talked about these other mass shootings? They lasted 5 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
But everybody wants to be famous for longer than 5 minutes. And they don't understand that, Steve. And can you prevent these? No. And you can't ban all the guns. As long as there's guns in the world, how much more control do you need? Somebody is going to get a gun from somewhere. You're not going to stop this.
Well, and you don't.
But the problem is
you don't need a gun to kill people, Rain Dad. I mean, you can. Yeah, people use
Right.
automobiles, people use trucks, people use explosive devices. More people are killed with knives than long guns in this country.
You're right, Steve, but here's the other thing, too. I guarantee you that somewhere they're making some documentary on one of these mass shooters, okay? I guarantee you. I don't need to know anything about these people. The only thing I know is they're dead, they're in the ground, they're gone, goodbye. I want to hear about the victims because we don't hear nothing about the victims. We don't hear about that 9-year-old little girl that pulled the fire alarm. We don't hear about the little soccer coach that got killed. We don't hear anything about these. We don't even hear anything about the first responders. You know, where's the documentary on these people at, Steve? But we're more focused on glorifying these crimes. We're more glorifying.
Yeah, I'm looking at my clock, and we got to hit our news break, so hold that thought.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. Former President Trump pled not guilty to 34 charges against him at his arraignment this afternoon. Following the court proceeding, Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg laid out those charges unsealed in the indictment for the media.
Under New York state law, it is a felony to falsify business records with intent to defraud and an intent to conceal another crime. That is exactly what this case is about.
Bragg charging Trump with dozens of counts of alleged illegal hush money payments to suppress negative information before the 2016 election. Trump's attorneys also spoke to the media outside the Manhattan courthouse after the arraignment.
Yeah, I was surprised there were no facts in there. I mean, normally in an indictment you have alleged facts. So they said that this was a false business record entry to aid and abet another crime. We're not saying what the other crime was.
Trump attorney Joe Tacopina, Trump on his way back to Florida, where he will speak from Mar-a-Lago this evening. There's a new twist in the case of a Virginia elementary school teacher who was shot by a student. An attorney for a classmate of the gunman said his client had warned Abigail Zwerner the child had a gun and was reportedly told to sit down and be quiet. The former principal of the school is making the same allegation. Zwerner's legal team responded saying, "It sounds like the principal is now blaming Abby for getting shot." President Biden's going to sit down with science and technology advisors to discuss the risks and opportunities associated with artificial intelligence.
And we do believe, this president believes, that the tech companies have a responsibility to make sure that their products are safe before making them public.
White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre said the discussions will surround the impact of AI on individuals, society, and national security. Volkswagen is recalling more than 143,000 Atlas SUVs over airbag-related issues. The wiring in some of the vehicle's front passenger detection system could be faulty, causing the airbag not to deploy in a crash. This is USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to start the year right and keep that warm and cozy feeling going all winter long. Right now is the perfect time to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices, from incredible steaks, premium chicken, delicious pork to seafood. There's something for everyone, and every bite is backed by their 100% money-back guarantee. Visit omahasteaks.com today. Enter TREAT at checkout to get $30 off your order. Order with complete confidence today, knowing you're ordering the very best. Visit omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
A suicide note was found at the Nashville home of the woman who killed 6 people at the Covenant School last week. Nashville police say along with that note, they found weapons and ammunition in the house. The department has released a list of the 47 items that belong to the shooter. Police also said she was under a doctor's care for an undisclosed emotional disorder and secretly hid weapons in her family home. The CDC is warning to stop eating raw cookie dough.
11 states are dealing with a salmonella outbreak. At least 12 people have gotten sick so far, although health officials believe the number is much higher. The cases are all from December to mid-February. At least 6 patients said that they ate raw dough or batter just days before their symptoms began. And all the products use the same flour. I'm Skip Kelly.
The Trump campaign is capitalizing on the former president's arrest in Manhattan today. A fundraising email from Trump's 2024 campaign is advertising a T-shirt with a fake mugshot of the former president. The photo has the phrase "not guilty" below it. The campaign offering the shirts in exchange for a $47 contribution. This despite the fact that a mugshot of Trump was not actually taken during his arraignment. Tiger Woods says he doesn't know how many Masters golf tournaments he has left in him. Speaking to reporters in Augusta, Woods said he knows more guys on the Champions Tour, which is for seniors, than on the regular tour. The 47-year-old said although his game is limited, he feels better than he did last year at the Masters. And it's a smelly time at New York's Botanical Garden. The corpse flower bloomed this morning for the first time in years. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
It gave 41 pullers a thrill and thousands of trucking enthusiasts a spectacle. And for 4 top competitors, their wish for the weekend came true. But most importantly, the efforts of Mack Trailer granted wishes to dozens of children facing a long, tough road of their very own. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. The NTPA's 2023 series of indoor invitationals concluded in spectacular fashion with the Mack Trailer NTPA Winter Nationals in Louisville, Kentucky on Saturday, April 1st. A massive Freedom Hall crowd gathered after the conclusion of the Mid-American Trucking Show to watch 4 divisions battle for a chance at each top prize, $10,000 to the winner. But even more than that quartet of grand prizes combined was Mack Trailer Incorporated and founder and president Mike Connie's own contribution to the evening's designated charity, Make-A-Wish. Just before the climactic last class, the 20,000-pound super semis, Connie took to the track.
Yeah, under Mack Trailer, we'd like to present a $50,000 check to Make-A-Wish tonight and thank all these fans and these truckers that came out here and made this possible.
In custom hoist-sponsored modified Mini, Jeff Hurt of Port Clinton, Ohio, took the 11th hook of 14 to an 18-inch victory over Dylan Bunnage's Phoenix.
There it is, fans. We got a new leader. To be a year into this tractor, I mean, we bought a real good tractor and had a lot of great help.
In Keith Manufacturing sponsored Pro Stock, Grandview, Indiana's Kevin Masterson does what Mastersons do, win at Freedom Hall. His father Don is the winningest competitor in National Farm Machinery Show history, and 5-time Farm Show winner Kevin buried the front axle of his Riverette John Deere 6030 in the sand pile for the class's only full pull.
Sure felt good, but she won't ride again. I'd like to thank my crew. These things are a lot of work.
In Hydro-sponsored Superstock Open, Terry Blackburn of Shoalsburg, Wisconsin, repeated as Winter Nationals champion with the extremely harmed and dangerous Case IH 335.
I'd like to thank Mike Cheesick and his family for giving us the opportunity to do this. Just want to thank everybody that's involved, and I know it's a lot of work to put this on. We enjoy coming down here.
And in Love's Travel Center Super Semi, Jeromesville, Ohio's Spencer Rook pushed the leader flag forward a fraction of an inch with his Hillbilly Deluxe Peterbilt to best Chris Woods class act.
Ho-ho! Look at this, fans. We got ourselves a new leader.
Now, you just took the lead right here by 7/16 of an inch. You're in the hunt right now for $10,000. How's it feel? Feels really good.
From the glitz of these non-points invitationals, we now turn to the grind of the regular season, which begins this weekend. Florida's Clay County Fair in Green Cove Springs will host 3 NTPA divisions, Super Farm tractors, 2-wheel drive trucks, and modified minis on Saturday and Sunday, April 8th and 9th. Each will advance 1 qualifier to the 36th annual Enderley Pull-Off on Saturday, September 16th in Urbana, Ohio. Visit ntpapull.com for more information about Green Cove Springs and the entire 70-plus event 2023 calendar. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All right, thank you much. Welcome back. Another hour underway. All right, where we leave off, it's 844-844-3388. Plenty of room for you. Yeah, concerns of flooding the coming days through much of the southeast. We're looking for plenty of moisture from the Gulf of Mexico to stream northward toward what will be a stalled front. It's going to bring multiple rounds of rainfall starting later today and right on into the weekend. That's going to raise the risk for flooding in as many as 10 states, stretching from Texas to North Carolina. Areas that are particularly at risk for flooding, those that have recently been inundated with heavy rain already. Atlanta, for instance, has reported 3 3/4 inches of rain, like 133% of their historical average since mid-March. Jackson, Mississippi, nearly 4 1/4 inches. Much of Arkansas has been hit by storms in recent weeks as well. All right, prior to this next round of rain, though, locations along both the Black River and the White River in eastern Arkansas already experiencing minor to moderate flooding. It looks like much of Arkansas may escape the heaviest rain this time around. We're going to be watching, though, for a widespread 2 to 4 inches of rain from southern Texas to southern Tennessee, western South Carolina, again, starting late today through Saturday. A more localized zone of 4 to 8 inches possible in southeast Texas and northern Louisiana as these areas get pummeled by the training thunderstorms right into Friday evening. So for Texans who live in cities like, say, Houston or College Station, you need to be cautious of water ponding on roadways. Smaller creeks and streams may come out of their banks. Of course, you've already got cleanup efforts from recent rounds of severe weather in places like Memphis, Tennessee, northern suburbs of Atlanta, Kennesaw, Alpharetta could also be slowed by some of this wet weather. And forecasters say you may have a few rumbles of thunder as the rain sweeps through the region. Matter of fact, severe thunderstorms are expected late Wednesday afternoon into Wednesday night across parts of the Mississippi River Valley, west to southeastern Texas, then again in the mid-Atlantic and along the southeast Atlantic coast as we look ahead toward Thursday. Soggy conditions on the way there in the southeast. As we get back to the calls, all right, thanks for hanging in there, Brain Dead.
No problem, Steve. But, it's like they said they're going to release the manifesto. Well, how else is somebody going to get the clue how to do it bigger and better? Remember, what was the Route 91 festival when they released the guy's manifesto that he wanted to be the most kills or something? Remember this?
Vaguely.
The one in Vegas?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, right.
Yeah, he wanted to be famous for having the most victims. Okay. Where are you at today? Where are we talking about you today? And like you said, but in the mentality, though, they want to be famous. They think if they do this, they're going to be talked about for years. Because, correct me if I'm wrong, but in Columbine, like 25 years ago, and we still don't talk about them for what? Every now and then, maybe once in a blue moon. But, Steve, the sad part is we are reactive, not proactive. It's like the news break said that the family saw some of this, and she went to got mental help and mental counseling. But at some point, you have to go a little bit farther. Break into their house, take all their guns, take all their ammunition. You have to step up and do something. You can't wait for the other shoe to fall. I've had friends of mine that tried to commit suicide and have major mental problems, and I said, we're going to the hospital. They didn't want to go. I said, I got handcuffs and rope, and I know how to use both of them. We're going, because that's the part of the problem. The other thing, too, Steve, like I said, reactive, is remember, what was it here about 4, 5, 6 months ago? They had that shooting up there at that gay club in Colorado. Remember this?
Mm-hmm.
A trans woman or a trans man, I don't remember which one, but one of the trans people that was killed up there was from Memphis. Now, I love Marsha Blackburn. She does some good things, but I think she really just needs to lay off the heavy drugs. They passed a bill, and it's now law, that you cannot have any drag shows in the state of Tennessee. I don't know if she's been to one of these clubs or not, but any club, you have to be 21 or older to get in. So how in the world are you going to expose the kids to this? That's my whole question. And it's made a mockery of the state of Tennessee, Steve.
I mean,
like I said, we need to just
only thing I heard about Tennessee was they had banned drag shows in front of children and in public.
Still, they want to ban it totally. They want to completely get rid of it. I mean, they don't do this in public, Steve. They don't go out into the park and hold, Transfest 2003 at the baseball stadium.
I mean, I beg to differ, Brain Dead. I mean, they're holding these things at schools. They're having the drag storybook hour for kids, for elementary school kids.
Maybe not in Tennessee, but I'm talking specifically the state of Tennessee. I don't know about Ohio or anywhere else, Steve. But in Tennessee, they don't do these in public. They don't go out into the shows, go out to the ballpark or Titan Stadium or wherever and set these up and do them. They do them all in these little clubs. Now, maybe a private event is different, but nothing in mass general. But I need to drop my trailers out, Steve. I'll holler at you later.
All right, Brain Dead. I mean, I don't know if he's just not aware of these events that are taking place all over the country. I'm sure there's cases of it in Tennessee. That's why they pushed, that's what the legislation was about. You're not doing this in front of children and the general public. I mean, if you want to go to a private location, AKA a 21 and older club, I think, to my knowledge, I don't think they've banned it in private settings. It's all about, they're trying to get out and shove it down the throats of everyone else and telling us we have to accept it and agree with it like it's normal behavior. All right, it was good to meet No Handle Dave, although so very briefly, he stopped by the booth there in Louisville. But he shares with me, I'm not sure if you've seen this, but looks like Rumble is on the move, and maybe people are getting tired of the cancel culture. Now, that would be Rumble breaking records for the fourth quarter of 22. I'll share some of that with you here. But he said, nice to meet you at the show after all those years of listening. I didn't think about it until later. I wish I would have got a picture with you. I was there, but oh well. I guess that just means we have to come back next year again. Also, do you know if they're going to be downloading the podcast for those days? When I looked yesterday, they weren't downloaded, and I'd like to go back and listen to your interviews. Anyway, keep up the great work. As always, thanks for everything you do. I will be catching the podcast later this afternoon. As always, drivers, stay safe out there. That's No Handle Dave. All right. Hello, Rumblers is the story. As you may already know, Rumble went public in September of last year. The ticker symbol on the stock market is RUM on the NASDAQ. Just last week, we reported earnings for the fourth quarter of 22. We're happy to announce we finished the year with record-breaking results. Fourth quarter revenue increased 579%. To $20 million compared to the fourth quarter of 21. Let's see, we achieved a fourth quarter company or record key performance indicators. We completed a significant milestone with beta launch of pre-roll video ads on Advertising Center. We are thankful for our creators, viewers, partners, friends, and investors. Couldn't have got this far without you, whether you've been with us since the beginning or just found us today. Thanks for the support from Team Rumble, which we are a part of Team Rumble now. It's 844-844-3388. Eagle comes up next, after which Clear Lines on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the wide ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
So let me give you the breakdown of what they're citing as a downright laughable case against Donald Trump this past day. What we've been referring to as the proverbial dog and pony show. The indictment and the statement of facts was presented. The situation as it's represented within the text is even more laughable than we thought. It's more laughable than we could have imagined. It's no wonder that the Federal Election Commission, the Department of Justice, and the Mueller teams took a pass on these allegations. Now, if there was anyone that would have loved to have had a case against Trump, you know it was Mueller. The entire legal construct collapses on its face. In the what they call statement of facts, the district attorney Alvin Bragg says Donald Trump intended to, quote, influence the 2016 presidential election by identifying and purchasing negative information about him to suppress the publication and benefit the defendant's electoral prospects. In order to execute this unlawful scheme, the participants violated election laws and made and caused false entries in the business records of various entities in New York. You will notice one key element is missing here. What is the statute that he supposedly violated? What is this federal election law that Braggs is talking about? Every single one of the 34 stacked counts are contingent upon some federal violation of election law that none other than the Federal Election Commission and the Department of Justice refused to pursue. But nothing is cited. The courts have already determined campaign funds can be used to avoid potentially embarrassing personal information, aka the John Edwards case. Using personal funds or campaign funds to avoid potentially embarrassing information is not a campaign finance violation. But wait, it gets even better. Well, if you don't like Trump, it gets worse for you. Every single one of these 34 instances when business records were falsified to conceal payments to Trump legal counsel Michael Cohen, they all happened between February of 2017 and October of 2017. Well, guess what Donald Trump was not doing within the Trump Organization in 2017? He was not running the organization. When Donald Trump won the November 2016 presidential election, he subsequently divested from the Trump Organization, handing over control to Eric Trump and the company officers and directors throughout 2017. Presumably, when these false business records, when these were created, President Donald Trump was not directing any accounting, disbursements, or business record keeping within that organization. From CNN, no less. Yeah, the text of the 19-page letter reads, I, Donald J. Trump, hereby resign from each and every office and position I hold in more than 400 entities listed on the following pages. This is signed by Trump, dated January 19th, the day before he was sworn in as president. The White House press secretary, Sean Spicer, told reporters that Trump's two adult sons, Donald Jr. and Eric, are fully in charge of the company, a.k.a. the Trump Organization. At a press conference on January 11, Trump pledged to transfer his business holdings to a trust run by his sons. He refused to sell his ownership stake, a step that many ethics lawyers say is critical to avoid conflicts of interest. So how is he falsifying records when he's not running the organization? So essentially they're saying this entirely falls flat on its face out of the box. All right, got about a minute before news break. If you're hanging in there, Eagle, I promise we'll get to you next. Donut Man is on board. Looks like Pappy checks in. And not sure who that's. Got somebody on the line. Our little computer screener doesn't know what it's doing. Philip brought up last evening, he said, hey, did you hear that the Starship, the SpaceX giant Starship rocket, may attempt to go orbital for the first time as soon as maybe next week, they're saying. Of course, they're developing the Starship to carry people and cargo to the moon, as well as Mars and maybe beyond. The Deep Space Transportation System consists of a huge first-stage booster called Super Heavy, an upper-stage spacecraft known as Starship, both of which are designed to be fully reusable. For months, SpaceX has been gearing up for this first-ever orbital test flight, which will be carried out by Super Heavy's prototype booster number 7 and Starship vehicle called Ship 24. Again, they're saying it may occur next week. Elon Musk right now is saying he thinks there's maybe a 50-50 odds of actually successfully pulling this off, but they're building numerous Starships, knowing that there's a likelihood of failure.
USA News update. Former President Trump's Manhattan arraignment is over. His attorney Joe Tacopina says there's one reason and one reason only this happened today.
Today's unsealing of this indictment shows that the rule of law died in this country because while everyone is not above the law, no one's below it either. And if this man's name was not Donald J. Trump, there is no scenario we'd all be here today. Please understand that based on these charges.
Trump on his way back to Florida after pleading not guilty to all 34 charges. The number of job openings dropped in February, falling below 10 million. It's the first time in 2 years the number has fallen below the 10 million mark. And Alzheimer's disease hits women harder than men, according to a new study from the Alzheimer's Association. The study found women who went through menopause early or who tried hormone replacement therapy 5 years after menopause have higher levels of the protein tau in their brains. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, I'll step back here. Again, the only thing I had heard about Tennessee, as I mentioned, Brain Dead, is it's about holding these events in front of children and in public places where, if my wife and I are out, I have no desire to see such a thing. Now, apparently, a federal judge, I guess Friday, temporarily blocked the law to restrict drag performances in public from going into effect, saying it's, vague and overly broad in its restriction of speech. Tennessee's governor signed this back in February. It was supposed to go into effect on Saturday. But from Reuters News, the bill aimed to restrict drag performances in public or in front of children, putting the state at the forefront of the Republican-led effort to limit drag in at least 15 other states in recent months. The judge said the state had failed to justify with a compelling interest the restrictions it aimed to impose. Now, the governor said the law would protect children from being potentially exposed to sexualized entertainment, to obscenity. The judge sided with Friends of George's, a Memphis-based LGBT theater group who had filed suit against the state. But we've seen a number of states in recent months, efforts to regulate the conduct of this. Several planned drag events were canceled over the winter after protests, and many venues felt forced to make previously family-friendly drag shows into adult-only events. See, so it's not restricting your adult-only events, 21 and older. Much of the debate in Tennessee has been over whether drag is it inherently a sexually explicit art form? Okay. Yeah, they're trying to say it's unconstitutional, redundant under existing obscenity laws. But just do a little search. I mean, these things are happening in schools. It's the drag queen story hour, they call it. They come in and read a book. Typically, revolving around their type of lifestyle. But there's no shortage of videos of physical men dressed as women with a banana hammock and their ass cheeks hanging out, doing their dances right up in kids' little faces like you paid for a lap dance at a strip club. If that's not sexually explicit entertainment, I don't know what is. But I'll leave it there. And it's not just Tennessee, it's all over the country, trying to force their lifestyle upon those who do not agree with it. Simple as that. All right, Eagle, you hanging in there? Oh, maybe not. Eagle was...
Here, oh, yeah, you there?
Oh, there he is. All right, you didn't fall asleep.
No, I was in the bathroom.
I got you on the John. What's going on, Eagle?
Okay, I got some things to talk about, Steve, about this situation with Donald Trump. But before I get to that, I'd like for you to check on some information. I don't know. It looks like the Biden administration is trying to keep it quiet, but I read about the deal on my cell phone on a TikTok video. Some guy reported it. He's saying that this press secretary for Joe Biden, he said something about that she was involved in a traffic accident in Washington, D.C. I don't know exactly what day, and that she was a DUI, driving intoxicated. But I don't know if that's true or not. But she's still on the job. I think if it's true, they definitely keeping a real low profile about her having an accident while drinking. Now, getting to this Trump deal, Steve. When I talked to you last night, I'm not worried about this case right here because I know that this is a bogus case that's going on. But now, after listening to some other people on these other 2 or 3 cases that Donald Trump opposed, that these losers are trying to bring up, let's talk about one of these cases. One of these cases, you got some woman, I don't know what her name is. I don't know what city and state this supposedly took place in, but this woman here, Steve, she's so stupid. She can't. She had from what I heard, she doesn't know what year that Donald Trump allegedly sexually assaulted this woman in either 95 or 96. Now, what kind of person are you gonna listen to a loser like that? And she said that she doesn't know what year she was raped in. She can't remember what year. It's either 95 or 96. Why would you listen to somebody like that? Why would you waste your time even bringing that case to court? But that's what they want to do to Donald Trump. The next case we'll talk about that. That's the one where it's the stolen documents from the White House. There's no case on that because Donald Trump has just as much right to those documents. Like Trump said, those documents are still in his house. So how are they a flight risk? How are they pose a threat? The other one that we want to talk about is the one down in Georgia, Steve. Donald Trump said that tonight at his meeting that he had down at his home in Florida. The one in Georgia. All Donald Trump said was, find me whatever amount of votes more so I can get in there. He didn't tell that guy to do anything crooked. He didn't tell that guy to do anything crooked to get him the votes to get him to win in Georgia. So basically, all these 3 other cases are nothing but garbage, Steve. They hold no weight whatsoever. Now, let's talk about the amount of money that was wasted on just this one day. I told you last night, they said that over 35,000 police officers were used for this event over the last couple of days in New York City. And from what I'm hearing now, it might have cost over $200 million. Steve. This is how stupid these people are. They spent $200 million on a case that's worth $130,000. Am I right?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
That's right. They apparently gave Stormy Daniels $130,000. This is what this idiot is trying to bring to court, this DA, and they spent over $200 million for the security and safety of these people. That's how stupid these people are, Steve. Now let's talk about this guy, this prosecutor, this DA. This guy here is nothing but bogus. And now some very interesting information came out about him, Steve, that they keep about this guy. Did you know? You probably know it. From what they're saying now, that his daughter is affiliated with Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. that she's a supporter of these people. Not talking about this guy, this black guy, this DA. Well, I forgot what his name is, the one that brought Trump all the way to New York City.
Bragg.
This guy's family is his family is associated with the Biden family. And what a surprise. What a surprise, Steve. And then before he got the job in New York City, Steve, he's already quoted as saying that he's going to take Trump down. That he wants to eliminate Donald Trump. The same prosecutor, DA, or whatever you want to call him. And then they got him on another thing where the guy said, Steve, the same guy said that when they interviewed, after the case was over, he got 34 charges, which are basically misdemeanors, but this loser is trying to turn them into felonies. He had the nerve to say that the reason why he is so concerned with Donald Trump is because, New York City is the financial capital of the world, and that's the reason why he's coming down so hard on Trump, because he's trying to break the law in New York City, which is the financial capital, and that can't be allowed, is what this guy is trying to say. So it all boils down, Steve. It all came out, over the last 24 hours. I found out, like I said, this guy here is affiliated, and all these people are affiliated with the Clintons, the Obamas, in some way, some fashion. So, like I said, Donald Trump basically doesn't have anything to worry about at this point, Steve. He has the best lawyers in the world working for this man, and Donald Trump. He, like I said, all these are bogus cases. And let me just say one quick thing about CNN, Steve. It was so funny tonight what happened to CNN. The same thing I told you last night about what kind of a bogus organization they are. I was in the truck stop and I was watching it on TV on CNN because that's what these losers had on. So as I'm watching the CNN broadcast of Donald Trump talking, guess what they did, Steve? Guess what? Gloria Vanderbilt. Well, what's his name? Whatever his guy's name is. He came on and said that we're not going to listen to the rest of the Donald Trump press conference because he's not talking about what happened today. These losers on CNN actually thought that Donald Trump was going to give a resigning speech, and he was going to say that he was dropping out of the race. That's how stupid these people are.
Wow.
Steve. Yeah, they said that Donald Trump he was talking about cases. They said that he was talking about the election that got ripped up. If you listen to, I don't know if you listened to it or not, but he was telling all the things that has happened to him. First of all, when he first started out, they tried to set him up with the Russian collusion deal. The second thing, then they tried to get him with the stolen document where they busted into his house, this man's home, and now they don't try to put the man in jail. So in CNN, like I said, they cut the broadcast and said they were no longer going to listen to his press conference because Donald Trump wasn't talking about what happened today. So that just goes to show you that CNN is a bogus organization and that they actually thought this man was going to resign today. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, here you go. Have a good. I did not. I was snoozing. My daughter came in and said, "Do you want to get up and hear what Trump has to say?" I said, I pretty much know what he's going to say, and I'll be able to get the highlights, no problem. Your first question there, though, Eagle, and I hadn't heard anything about that. Now, the Associated Press says, I guess some Twitter user says White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre was recently in a car accident while driving drunk, and the Metropolitan Police Department of D.C. responded to the scene. The Associated Press says they've looked and cannot find any such record of an incident or arrest. According to the department spokesperson, a spokesperson for the White House confirmed that the claims are baseless. First emerged from an anonymous Twitter account that provided no evidence and shared photos of an old, unrelated incident, apparently. Again, Associated Press, the fact checkers say baseless claims that Jean-Pierre was involved in a recent car accident have circulated widely across social media platforms, TikTok, Facebook in recent days. Starting with a tweet back in late March, then spreading to other platforms and blog sites. The claim first appeared in a series of tweets March 26th, from an account, they say, that regularly promotes unverified claims. First tweet alleges she was involved in a rear-ender the night before, citing unnamed sources. Another tweet in the thread claims Jean-Pierre was slurring her words and had difficulty standing straight and that the D.C. police were refusing to release body cam footage of the incident. Various images, including photos of Jean-Pierre and different photos taken at night of a police vehicle and the back of a police officer in uniform, were featured on that thread. The unverified claims quickly spread online. All right. There's no evidence of these claims, again, according to the Associated Press. Andrew Bates, a White House spokesperson, said it's fabricated. The Metropolitan Police Department also has no record of such an arrest or incident, according to a spokesperson for the department. I don't have anything in our system for an arrest of this individual. She added that she could not locate a report to corroborate the claims. I don't know. It's Washington, D.C. If they want to keep something quiet, we know they can, but no verifiable records of that occurring. So guess we'll leave it at that. Back into the Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hey, back here on a Wednesday. What's going on, Pappy? Good morning.
What's going on, Steve?
How about 73 degrees at a little before 3 o'clock in the morning?
Hey.
That's almost summer-like.
I'm telling you, ain't it something? Yeah, man. Had all the doors and windows open today, getting some fresh air. Steve, I'm gonna tell you, man. If this thing goes to trial with Trump in Manhattan, he's gonna be found guilty.
Just because it's Manhattan?
What? Yes, sir. Steve, can he get a fair trial in Manhattan?
Yeah, I would say it's about like be like a trial in Washington, D.C., right? Premeditated outcome?
Yes. Yes, sir. What was the percentage you read off where people don't care if a crime has technically been committed or not? They just want him locked up.
Mm-hmm.
Lock him up, whether he committed a crime or not. So he can't get a fair trial in Manhattan, I'll tell you that right now. And they found out the judge, I think Eagle was talking about the judge that's involved in this. Found out is daughter was on Kathleen Vice President's campaign. Pretty sure that was the judge they were talking about. So he can't even get a fair judge, Steve. It's just like D.C., man. We talked about that a few months ago. They want to lock you up, they'll lock you up. Hey, real quick, talking about Brain Dead, talking about the shooting in Nashville. You know, I agree with him. I don't think we should be mentioning any person's name or flashing their photo up on the screen. With that said, though, Steve, I don't trust the FBI to tell us what they find in this manifesto. We can learn, okay, on this manifesto. It's not about giving others ideas, right? But trying to figure out what triggers these people. What caused her to go down? What caused her to give her soul to the devil?
Yeah, well, that's
what are the reasonings?
I'm thinking evil's the word. Yeah, what caused her to give her soul to the devil? That's it.
Was this a deliberate attack against Christians, Steve? Do you trust the FBI to put that out if that's what they find or not? I sure don't. Steve, freedom is not free. It's a hard thing, you know, to deal with, but freedom is not free. It comes with a cost. We can take all the guns away. And if you do that, there's a certain result that occurs. Take away your right to defend yourself from the government or criminals. They run rampant. It's amazing how the far left, right, government officials that want to restrict our ability to defend ourselves, take the Second Amendment away, but yet they got armed security. They won't give up their armed security. Steve, you could reduce the amount of fatal car crashes in this country dramatically. Just reduce the speed limit to 35 miles an hour, even on the highways. Proven fact that once speeds get up over 35 miles an hour, you know, and you get in a crash, the statistics go up tremendously for more injuries or death. So,
but nobody that has the ability to get from point A to point B in 6 hours wants it to take 12 hours.
It's, freedom ain't free, Steve. It comes with a price, right? I'm sure the statistics of jumping out of an airplane and your chute not opening are very, very small, but you got the freedom to do that, right? The other thing about the media, Brain Dead talked about the ratings. Steve, they're activists. I don't think they're worried too much about their damn ratings. I think they're getting money, you know, just like activists do. I think CNN's really worried about their ratings, Steve, if they changed anything. I mean, I guess since that one guy kind of took over, he made a few changes, fired a few people. But you still listen to them. They're still activists. They're not a news media organization. So I don't know, man. We'll see what happens with this.
So I guess it looks like Trump, yesterday was trying to request that the trial be moved to Staten Island because he's saying ain't no way we're going to get a fair trial in Manhattan. It's going to be, like you said, premeditated outcome.
Yes, sir. See what happens with it. I mean, they're talking about even, you know, even if this even goes to trial, what were they saying? January, December, late December this year, January next year. Right in the middle of. Here's the thing, Steve. DeSantis ain't even came out saying he's running yet. So why are all these polls out there putting him up against DeSantis when that man ain't even came out and said he's running? And you go down to the next person in line. What are they getting? 2-3%?
Single digits for Mike Pence, Nikki Haley, all single digits.
So I don't know. We'll see what DeSantis does. Man, like I said a couple weeks ago, there's no mistaking about it that Trump is the leader and the founder of this mega movement. And you know, if we don't have a primary, I don't know if that's a good thing. If nobody runs, you can't have no debate.
Right. And we got a pause there, top of the hour. News update time on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. Former President Trump faced a judge in New York today, pleading not guilty to 34 charges laid out against him. His attorney, Joe Tacopina, says there's one reason and one reason only this happened.
Today's unsealing of this indictment shows that the rule of law died in this country. Because while everyone is not above the law, no one's below it either. And if this man's name was not Donald J. Trump, there is no scenario we'd all be here today. Please understand that based on these charges.
Trump is back in Florida, where he will speak from Mar-a-Lago tonight. Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg laid out those counts unsealed in the indictment, charging Trump with dozens of criminal counts related to alleged illegal hush money payments to kill negative information before the 2016 election.
Under New York state law, it is a felony to falsify business records with intent to defraud and an intent to conceal another crime. That is exactly what this case is about.
Bragg said Trump conspired with the National Enquirer's publisher and others to catch and kill those negative stories. The Trump campaign is capitalizing on the former president's arrest in Manhattan. A fundraising email from Trump's 2024 campaign is advertising a T-shirt with a fake mugshot of the former president. The photo has the phrase "not guilty" below it. The campaign is offering these shirts in exchange for a $47 contribution. This despite the fact a mugshot of Trump was not actually taken during his arraignment. The number of job openings dropped in February, falling below 10 million. It's the first time in 2 years the number has fallen below the 10 million mark. Economists say it's a sign the Federal Reserve's campaign to raise rates and slow the labor market to curb inflation is having an effect. And the U.S. is providing Ukraine with more military aid as Russia's invasion of that country continues. The $2.6 billion package includes air defense systems, mortar systems, and ammunition and equipment. This is USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to start the year right and keep that warm and cozy feeling going all winter long. Right now is the perfect time to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices, from incredible steaks, premium chicken, delicious pork to seafood. There's something for everyone, and every bite is backed by their 100% money-back guarantee. Visit omahasteaks.com today. Enter TREAT at checkout to get $30 off your order. Order with complete confidence today, knowing you're ordering the very best. Visit omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
Alzheimer's disease hits women harder than men. That's according to a new study from the Alzheimer's Association. The study found women who went through menopause early or women who tried hormone replacement therapy 5 years after menopause have higher levels of a protein called tau in their brains. High amounts of that protein are red flags for Alzheimer's disease. Your tax refund may be a few $100s less than usual this year.
Latest IRS data shows the total amount refunded to taxpayers is $172 billion, which is more than $16 billion less than in 2022. That's an average refund of just under $3,000, which is $360 less per person since last year. Pandemic-era federal payment programs, including stimulus checks and child-related tax and credit programs expiring, are the main reason. I'm Skip Kelly.
A suicide note was found at the Nashville home of the woman who killed 6 people at the Covenant School last week. Nashville police say along with the note, they found weapons and ammunition in the house. The department has released the list of the 47 items that belong to the shooter. Tiger Woods says he doesn't know how many Masters golf tournaments he has left in him. Speaking to reporters in Augusta, Woods said he knows more guys on the Champions Tour, which is for seniors, than on the regular tour. The 47-year-old said although his game is limited, he does feel better than he did last year at the Masters. And it's a smelly time at New York's Botanical Garden. The corpse flower bloomed this morning for the first time in years. While the flower itself is pretty, it smells like rotting meat. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
So here's the skinny we were talking about on the judge and the daughter of the judge in the Trump case. First, we already know, as we've heard in the news breaks here this morning, that this particular judge has already presided over one Trump-involved case. That was the one about tax documents. But speculation of political bias heightening around Trump's indictment. It's been revealed the daughter of the judge actually presiding over the case worked for Kamala Harris's 2020 presidential run and a slew of other progressive campaigns. Trump railing against the judge, Juan Manuel Mercan, in a social media rant, claiming the judge is from a family of well-known Trump haters. The daughter of the judge, 34-year-old Lauren Mercan, is partner and president of Authentic Campaigns, a progressive digital firm. Keep in mind the progressive is left-leaning, and she's worked on several high-profile Democrat campaigns, including Joe Biden. The work of the judge's daughter led to increased claims from the former president. The judge hates me, and the Stormy Daniels hush money case against him is rigged, biased, part of a politicization, criminalization of the justice system. Just hours before the arraignment yesterday, Trump suggested the case in question needs to be moved from Manhattan to a more friendly Staten Island. But again, tearing into the judge's supposed anti-Trump sentiment, he said Tuesday morning Staten Island would provide a very fair, secure alternative location, even though he was flanked by Secret Service and law enforcement throughout the day yesterday. But the judge's daughter, Lauren Mercan, worked as the director of digital for Kamala's campaign from February of 2019 until December of that same year. Her firm, Authentic, continued working for Harris and then candidate Joe Biden after the eventual first ever female vice president ended her unsuccessful presidential campaign and joined Biden's ticket. She continued working on their ticket. She concluded her work with the campaign to move to fill the same role at Authentic Campaigns' progressive digital services firm. She climbed the ladder over 5 years at the firm. She is now partner, president, and chief operating officer of Authentic Campaigns. I don't know. At what point does the term conflict of interest, doesn't that really kind of come into play there?
You think he'll recuse himself, Steve?
No.
Steve, did you see any of the press conference that Braggs gave today?
I did not.
And the reporters, so-called reporters, were asking some questions, and even the far left-leaning, some reporters, Steve, kept kind of asking the same question because he wasn't answering. When they said it's a big nothing burger here, listen, Steve, when you arrest somebody, right, take their liberty away from them or arrest them and cite them to court, you have to fill out a complaint, which is a generic offense stating what somebody did, and you have to fill out an affidavit. It's required in the Constitution, right? Supported by an oath of affirmation, which is an affidavit. Let me try to explain it this way. In a complaint, say I arrest somebody for assault. The complaint's pretty basic. It will just say so-and-so did knowingly cause or attempt to cause physical harm to so-and-so, right? It's pretty generic.
Mm-hmm.
Now, in the affidavit, you have to put the specifics. You write out the specifics. Did knowingly cause harm to so-and-so by punching him in the nose. As a result, he suffered a fractured nose, whatever. Took a baseball bat to his, whatever the means were that you caused physical harm goes in the affidavit. This man had none of this. He had no specifics. Everybody kept asking him, and even the commentaries tonight, everybody was saying, what's the crime? He didn't lay anything out.
Well, that's what I was sharing earlier. They're saying that he's citing that violated federal election law, but he does not cite what election law are you referring to?
Right. No specifics, nothing. He just violated election laws. Okay, how? What's the specifics?
Right.
Nothing. And several of the reporters kept asking him the same question, and he just danced around it because that's what he's going to do. But then again, when you got 12 people sitting in a jury that just want him locked up because he's Donald Trump, they'll lock him up. They'll find him guilty. There's a term for that, Stephen. It's the same thing as if you got somebody that committed a crime, that committed a murder, but the jury lets them walk free. Talked about this before in the past on your show. I remember going through the academy. It showed us this video where this father, son was taken hostage, taken out of state, was raped in a motel room for days by this guy. Ended up killing his son. His son was like 12 years old. I'm going back probably over 30 years, Steve, is when this occurred. Anyway, they made an arrest in the case. They were bringing him back to Texas. And it was a high-profile case, so the sheriff there was making a big deal about having him extradited back. They were going to have news cameras there. You remember me telling you this story?
I do, yes.
And, yeah, so all the news media's there. They got it all on videotape, see? They're marching this guy past down the hallway, and there's a line of phones there back in the days when there used to be phones right on the walls. His father standing there acting like he's talking on the phone, and when they walked past him, he pulled out a gun and shot that dude in the head and killed him.
I remember that.
Jury found him not guilty, Steve. Jury amongst your peers. And did you see any of Trump's speech tonight?
I didn't get up for it, like 8:15 or something. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. When it came on, right about 8:15, 8:20. Man, Steve, he's late. He's been saying this since day one, especially when they started targeting him. Listen, man, they're not coming after me. They're coming after you. If they can do this to a president or an ex-president, former president, man, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And it still amazes me, Steve, when he showed back up down in Florida, the amount of people that were on the streets with the Trump flags, the American flags, lining the streets, Steve, welcoming him back to Florida. You know, when Biden goes somewhere, do you see that, Steve? You see a line of hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands, of people lining the streets waving American flags. They've been trying to keep his rallies hush-hush over this summer, you know. I mean, tens and thousands of people showing up at these rallies. And that's what I started to say at the break there is that, man, make no mistake about it, he's the leader of the MAGA movement. You know, part of me wants to say, let him have it. If you're a true MAGA supporter, you should not be trying to run against this man and take his spot. If you're not a MAGA supporter, throw your hat in the ring. Go for it.
When you've got the likes of Mitt Romney, wasn't he the only one of the Republican senators that actually voted to convict Trump's, I think, the second impeachment trial or whatever? I mean, when Mitt Romney comes to Trump's defense, Romney said this past day, "I believe Trump's character and conduct to make him unfit for office. At the same time, I believe the New York prosecutor has stretched to reach felony criminal charges in order to fit a political agenda." He talks about the prosecutor's overreach is setting a dangerous precedent for criminalizing political opponents, and this is going to damage the public face in our justice system. I mean, even Mitt Romney says this guy's stretching things.
Steve, anybody that's not trying to think of the right words here, not in this totalitarian government that we have now, right? Tyrannical government. We're in charge. We're going to do what we want to do. Shut up and do what we say by any means. That means if we got to arrest our political opponents and throw them in jail, that's what we'll do. Anybody that's not in that boat sees what's going on here. I don't think Mittens is in that boat. He's obviously a rhino.
Oh yeah.
He's not, but he's in it for him, not in it for the American people. And there's no mistaking about it. Trump's in it for the American people. Said it till we're blue in the face, man. Why did that man run for president? He had life by the balls, man. Come on, Steve. And for him to give all that up to try to turn this country around, which he did. That's the thing, Steve. Go back and look at his. If you go back and look at his record, he wants to run again, and you want to try to primary him. He's got a proven record, and Biden just totally destroyed everything he's done. So we know he can do it, and will do it if he gets back in there. So anybody that runs against him, in my opinion, is not a MAGA supporter. And the MAGA movement is us American people. Said it before, right? The smelly Walmart people, right? Two people that built this country. The hard workers, the real Americans, not the elite rich. They don't look at us like normal people. If you're not in their club, Steve,
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens, man. See if it even goes to trial. But if it does, and it goes to trial in Manhattan, you watch and see what they do to him. All right, my man. Appreciate you taking my call. I think my sinuses are starting to get jacked up a little bit.
Yeah, allergies kind of kicking. Yeah, I got the scratchy throat. No, not a sore throat, just the whole. It's the sinus drainage stuff. Allergies. The former U.S. attorney for D.C., Joe DiGenova, was talking about, I guess, the press conference Pappy was asking me about there with Bragg. First of all, he said, it's a weak case to begin with. The statute of limitations is a big issue. And that a change of venue, since Manhattan is, as we know, far left-leaning, a change of venue should be asked for by the defense. But he said the judge probably would not grant one. He also raised the issue of the DA Alvin Bragg's press conference after the arraignment, which he called, quote, one of the most disgraceful abuses of pretrial publicity he has ever seen. Bragg violated every ABA standard on pretrial statements by a prosecutor. There should be a motion filed asking that he be sanctioned and the case be dismissed. I believe the purpose of that press conference from Bragg was to further poison the jury pool, saying the intention with that type of news conference is to harm the defendant, to present facts which predispose the jury to convict the defendant. It's all a political motivated witch hunt. Persecution, not prosecution. Yeah, we'll be back into.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, see what we can find via the... Who we got on board? I'm not seeing a name here.
Country Bumpkin, Mr. Steve Summers.
Well, hello, Country Bumpkin. What's going on?
Oh, just sitting here in this hospital bed, just waiting. Been here for a little over a week now.
Oh, really? What happened?
Well, as you know, I retired, and I got to where I couldn't hardly get my shoes on. My legs swelled up, my feet swelled up, and I couldn't walk 50 feet without running out of breath.
Wow.
I checked myself into the hospital, and I ain't had no insurance for a long time, but I knew it was time, and I did that, and so I've been waiting on the procedure at 11 o'clock this morning, and they don't know if it's cancer yet or not. But I've just been lucky that I have the support that I have. I mean, it's been a nonstop flow of people in and out of here, and just the good Lord blessed me with a lot of good people in my life. Your radio show has been a big part of it. As I drove for 45 years, and just feel very blessed. Good Lord has done what He's done for me. I sit up here at night listening to your radio show, and I had to stay up. I can only sleep so much. I mean, being in this little cubicle, there ain't a whole lot to do.
Oh, yeah. I mean, nothing but restlessness laying in a hospital bed.
Yeah. And I want to thank you and your radio show and the cartoon characters. I've been talking to them on and off. And all I can say is it's just, you never know, do you, in my shoes, how overwhelming it is. The people and the love and the prayers have been very good to me.
Well, hopefully everything goes well with your whatever the procedure thing they're going to be doing today.
Yeah, they think it's cancer. They don't know yet. It's inconclusive. But I ain't scared of none of that either. That's the good Lord on my side. I'm very fortunate and a very blessed man. I happen to be up this time of night, so I wanted to give you a call and thank you. I wanted to make it to the match, but I knew I couldn't walk around.
Right.
I couldn't walk out the mailbox to get my mail.
Wow.
Well, thank you for all you do, brother.
Again, if you get an opportunity, give us an update, Country Bumpkin, and we'll say a prayer for you today.
Yeah, I've had lots of them that seem to be guiding me through this. So. Okay, brother. God bless you and your family, and I'll be sitting back here listening for a while, so I can't hold my eyes open.
All right, again. All right, prayers for Country Bumpkin there. Hope for the best. Meanwhile, 844-844-3388. Who we got? We got Philip coming up here, Jolly Green Giant on board, and several lines available at 844-844-3388. For over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing lawn equipment, collector cars, boats, anything sent around with gas in it for an extended period of time. You're surprised how quickly that gas begins to go bad. Well, that's where Sta-Bil Storage keeps that gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system at the same time. As we say, store your engine the right way with Sta-Bil. Very simple. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. The Manhattan District Attorney laying out the specific charges against former President Trump.
34 false statements made to cover up other crimes. These are felony crimes in New York State, no matter who you are.
Democratic DA Alvin Bragg charging Trump with dozens of criminal counts related to alleged illegal hush money payments to kill negative information before the 2016 election. Bragg said Trump conspired to catch and kill these negative stories. Former President Trump's legal team says there's nothing to the charges against him.
The indictment itself is boilerplate. It doesn't allege any federal crime, any state crime that's been violated. It doesn't allege what the false statement is.
Speaking outside the Manhattan courtroom, attorney Todd Blanche said Trump is frustrated, upset, disappointed, and mad. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, we head on down to the Sunshine State. Philip, probably nearly to your destination, if not sitting in the parking lot by now. Morning, Philip.
I'm getting close, man. I'm getting close. I'm about getting over the bridge here to go into the Magic Kingdom parking lot, park up for the day. So, hey, do you think President Trump, if he really wanted to really pursue it, you think he could file a bunch of defamation of character lawsuits with all the stuff that's happened, Steve?
I don't know. I guess you'd have to. Do you have to wait and see what pans out in court first, and then go that route, or?
You know, I have never seen a person. I mean, I supported him when he was in office. I voted for him. I'll vote for him again. But the thing that gets me about Trump is this man has had so many people slander him, but he's never went on after him legally. You know, I mean, they've put him through 2 impeachments. They're doing this to him now. And from the average person, I can tell you right now, if you ask 90% of the people that I work with at either place, I bet you 90% of them tell you they didn't even watch anything pertaining to that yesterday because they got better things to do than watch that mess.
Right.
You know, and that's the way they look at it. They look at it as a big mess. You know, it's, as Eagle alluded to earlier, it's just a big waste of money.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, think about all those people that are in Tennessee and Arkansas right now that don't have nothing, that got blown away by a storm, that could use $200 million. That's crazy, isn't it? I mean, it's nuts. And Pappy was talking about the jury. I believe that term is called coercion. Is that right, Steve? Coercion of a jury?
Yeah, that's probably what he was looking for.
Yeah, I mean, that's what the deal is. I mean, the man's not going to get a fair trial. You know, if he's in the state of New York, he's not going to get a fair trial. In the United States, definitely not, because there's so many of folks that that could corrupt the trial. There's no way. It's just a joke. It's a big joke, just like the 2 impeachments. They were a big joke, and I just really don't. I mean, our nation has got a lot more things right now that we need to look at than dealing with that. And I'm going to say it again, that mess. That's what it is. It's a bunch of mess.
Yeah.
It ain't worth nothing. We need to, step up. I'm really surprised that the man hasn't went out and started his own party, because you think about it, Steve, wasn't he a Democrat before he was a Republican?
Yes, for many years.
All right. So he's been a Democrat. He's been a Republican. He's been in both the two parties. I believe, I'm not mistaken, did he ever run underneath the Democrat label when he was a Democrat?
No, I think he just rubbed elbows with the rest of the Hollywood elite and the other Democrats, the lefty liberals. They all loved him back then.
Oh, absolutely. I remember back in the day when Hillary and all those guys were all up into Donald Trump. And that's my point is, I am really surprised the guy hasn't started his own party after what the two parties have done to him. And I'm not saying that the Republicans have brought him down. They haven't. He stayed strong, but there's a lot of folks in the Republican Party. I mean, you guys use the term rhino, and that have done that situation to him. I'm really surprised. I mean, I'm just giving you my opinion, and I'm looking at it from a guy off the street that has no party affiliation. We see all this stuff in the news, and it's like the day before yesterday, they spent 7 minutes on national TV on CBS talking about that trial before they talked about those storms and all the stuff else going on in the news that was pertinent. 7 minutes, Steve, of national air time on TV.
Wow.
Now, you know how much money they charge for commercials and stuff like that for that?
Yeah, I mean,
and that's what the average person's looking at.
And yesterday, the indictment hadn't even yet been unsealed. We didn't even know what was in it. So, I mean, what could they spend all that time talking about?
Yeah. I mean, just alone, the special report on CBS the other day when they said that the charges were coming down, I believe it was on Monday, when they said that it was coming down, was about 10 to 15 minutes that they spent on national TV talking about the charges were coming down and that everything was happening. Now, can you imagine breaking in the programming for 10 to 15 minutes? That's a lot. Now, something like 911, absolutely, I can see it. Absolutely. A disaster out here with a hurricane or a tornado or something like that, or taking point, the stuff that happened in Tennessee the other day. Absolutely. You break in and do that kind of stuff. But for this, no. That just goes to show you how much of a mud show it is. It's just people, I don't know. I don't even know how they come up with the way they have brought out the charges, because aren't charges reviewed before they're actually filed in, Steve, before they do anything? How many of those 34 charges are the same thing?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? I don't think the big picture has been looked at totally. I really don't. I'm kind of like feeling like you're saying, as far as let's just get it out there. Let's get him in prison, or let's do something to him so we can stop things. As far as DeSantis goes, and I can say this because I see all the stuff with it down here, he hasn't made a decision yet, as Pappy said earlier, to run. And I don't know if he's doing that for strategic reasons or if he's just doing it just to publicize himself. I don't know. I couldn't tell you. But the man hasn't even made a decision to run yet. And every time they ask him about it, he says, well, you're just going to have to wait and see.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, is that the boy quiet crying wolf, or what is it? I mean, step up the plate. Do your business in the pot or get off at one, like we used to say back in the
Right.
day. So, but that's my opinion for the day. And I just wish we would focus on other things. I mean, there's a lot of other things that we could be doing right now than dealing with this situation. I mean, there's a lot more things that we could be dealing with than that crap. And nobody's even paying attention to what's going on with Russia and Ukraine and China. Nobody's paying attention to that. Nobody's paying attention that we've taken the gunships over there. The Apache gunships are now in Poland. Why is Apache's in Poland now? Why is light armament on the Ukraine border right now for the U.S. Army? We need to answer them questions. What's going on with that? No, that's not being brought up in the news, you know? So that's all I got today, bud. I appreciate your time. Thanks for having me.
Hey, we did announce yesterday we're giving another, 2.6 billion with a B, another 2.6 billion to Ukraine. You know, money. It's only money. What's the latest we're going to throw their way? New military aid, let's see. Rocket systems, artillery rounds, small arms. The package features munitions for Patriot and NASAMS air defense systems, as well as ammunition and anti-tank missiles used by Bradley infantry fighting vehicles that Washington had previously promised. It also includes 120 millimeter tank ammunition. That's the type fired by the Abrams tanks, 31 of which have been promised by Washington to Ukraine. Those Abrams are expected to be delivered by fall of this year, which says this is just going to drag on and on. Other Western heavy tanks, British Challengers and German Leopards, have already arrived in Ukraine. Most of the aid, 2.1 billion of it, comes in the form of Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative funds, which pay for the procurement of equipment from the defense industry. The remaining 500 million is drawn from existing U.S. stocks, meaning it's going to arrive on the battlefield sooner. But it also means we're just continuing depleting our existing supplies for our own personal defense. Kyiv has pushed for some items that its international supporters have been reluctant to provide: Patriot air defense systems, advanced heavy tanks, which were eventually promised, Western fighter aircraft, which we have not pledged so far. Anyway, this latest package brings total aid to Ukraine more than $35.1 billion. And where does it end? Same old question, right? Jolly Green Giant, what's happening this morning?
Good morning, Steve, and all the cartoon characters out there. Let's begin with the $2.6 billion you're talking about going to Ukraine. And the Republicans are saying that Social Security, there's not going to be enough money for the baby boomers. Okay? I want to know what happened to my money that I've been investing into Social Security all these years. I want to know where my money went.
I reckon we're sending it to Ukraine. All right, we're sending it to Ukraine, yeah, Jolly Green.
Okay. And where do they feel they have a right to send it to Ukraine? Our money. You know? I don't get it. Also, I do agree with you 100%. I think there's a conflict of interest in the area of this judge and his daughter. There's a conflict of interest there. And number two, he needs to disqualify himself from this case. Otherwise, Trump's attorneys can declare a mistrial. Plain and simple. You know? So I don't disagree with you and Pappy on that particular point. I agree with it 100%.
Mm-hmm.
Now, in talking about your grandson, I've seen the picture of the guitar on Facebook. I have two Takamimis. I've got a classical one, and I just bought an acoustic Takamimi guitar from one of the guitar places there in Tri-County. I think it's Carl Art, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And the first thing your grandson needs to learn is how to tune that guitar.
Yeah.
And most Takamimis do have a tuner built into them, okay? It should be on the side of the guitar, but you actually got to, that's the first thing you got to learn is how to tune your guitar. All right. As for guitar lessons, Guitar Center there in Tri County on Kemper Road does have guitar lessons right there. Also, I would get him a simple, I would go to Guitar Center over there and get him a simple beginner book on talking about the various strings and talking about, I would do simple chords like C, G, B, D, the F chord.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of these chords are done in the first 2 or 3 frets of the guitar, which is the top of the neck.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of songs are actually taken for those, maybe, believe it or not, from 5 or 6 chords, believe it or not. A lot of songs. So also I want to bring it to your attention that a lot of famous musicians also play Takemimi guitars, which is a Japanese guitar. One of them is Garth Brooks. He actually plays a Takemimi acoustic guitar. Another one is the lead singer of Hootie and the Blowfish. I've actually seen him playing that guitar. I love Takemimis. I think they have a really good sound. You know, I think they're very well-built guitars, and they're nice looking, you know. But like I said, I've had one since I was in my 20s. I've had a Takemimi guitar. So I just wanted to tell you, I think that is a very nice guitar, a beginning guitar, just to let you know. But that's really all I got to say tonight. I just wanted to tell you, I think it's a really good show tonight. Sex Maniac is still in Orlando, so Philip, look out. Who knows? He may pop into Walt Disney Kingdom. Who knows?
There you go.
Walt Disney World. So either way, have a good night, Steve. I just want to tell you, a very good show tonight.
All right. Thanks for tuning in. Jolly Green, have a good morning. Back into
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Oh, one other quick tidbit you probably missed. You're seeing as everybody's non-stop Trump. Lock him up. Yeah, in another move that's probably just further pissing off Vladimir Putin, Finland has officially become a NATO member this past day. A historic security policy shift. The alliance chief said this was triggered directly by the invasion of Ukraine. President Putin had, as declared, the goal of the invasion of Ukraine to get less NATO. Well, he's getting exactly the opposite. Finland today, and soon Sweden, will become full-fledged members of the alliance. The Kremlin said Russia is going to be forced to take countermeasures to Finland's accession. This move raising the prospect of the conflict in Ukraine escalating yet further. The Kremlin spokesman said the expansion of NATO, long criticized in Moscow, is an encroachment on our security and on Russia's national interest. Moscow is going to watch closely for any NATO military deployments in Finland. So the military alliance will welcome Finland as its 31st member, which they did yesterday in a flag-raising ceremony at the NATO headquarters on the outskirts of Brussels. This is kind of the end of an era. Finland tried to remain, don't want to be in the middle of nothing. After they repelled an invasion attempt by the Soviet Union during World War II, they tried to maintain friendly relations with Russia, but Russia's invasion of another neighbor prompted the Finns to seek security under the umbrella of NATO's Collective Defense Pact. There you go. Next step, which most of this stuff we're not really hearing much anything about. About 7 before the hour. Good morning, blind man.
Good morning, Steve. I couldn't sleep at all. I got 24/7 tonight, which means I'll probably be half asleep at 3 in the afternoon. Anyhow, health-wise, I had the procedure done. I can't wait to get the catheter out. My fiancee's still recovering from double pneumonia, and she's having breathing issues. She'll be okay for a little while, and all of a sudden she'll start panting. So she went to her doctor yesterday, and the doctor told her to take it easy and not try to push herself yet, and sent a note along to her boss saying, stop picking on her and making her do all this stuff at once. You got a boss that says, I got to do this now, that type of thing. Yeah. Last night, one of the neighbors had a celebration over Trump figures in this area, and I really hope that Country Bumpkin has a speedy recovery. I talked to him, I guess it was a couple of days ago when Eskimo Mom called me. He was on the party line with Gilligan and Chevy Guy and forget the Big Sexy, I think. I haven't talked to Phil in a while. I'm just wondering what's going on in the space program. Love to talk to him. The way things are going now, maybe it's time for us to start leaving Earth and live somewhere else where we won't be hassled. I remember Ben Bova wrote a book about conditions on Earth getting so bad politically. I think it was in 2010 that people just started leaving and colonized the moon and Mars.
How about you? You willing to take a one-way trip to Mars, blind man?
Yeah. At least there'll be less gravity and it won't be hurting my back as much.
I hear you.
Also, it'd be a good place for people who have heart problems. With less gravity, their heart will be able to, mend better. I remember a story called Death in the Senator by Arthur C. Clarke. It's about this guy who had a chance to recover from his heart problems, and because he was such against the space program, he realized in the end that he couldn't do it. And at the end of the story, he said, on one sunny day, he dropped dead in front of the Capitol. So that was my baloney for tonight. I hope everybody's doing okay out there. I'll keep up the good fight. I'll be sitting outside annoying any neighbors or passerbys, listening to my electronic girlfriend that I got hooked up to my radio so I can broadcast and sit outside in the front. And boy, one woman was really ticked off yesterday with Jeff Cooner when he was really going at it about what's going on with Trump. I think he'll come out of this okay. I'm really hoping that people are starting to wake up and see what's really going on, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I guess like Pappy said earlier, it's all about what do you think the prospects of actually getting a fair trial in Manhattan? Yeah, not good. But hey, thanks for checking in, blind man. Get you some rest. And what are we looking at? All right, news break coming up here. And final hour just ahead. Lines available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 Power Stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget you can get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by simply using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. Former President Trump faced a judge in New York today, pleading not guilty to 34 charges laid out against him. His attorney, Joe Tacopina, says there's one reason and one reason only this happened.
Today's unsealing of this indictment shows that the rule of law died in this country. Because while everyone is not above the law, no one's below it either. And if this man's name was not Donald J. Trump, there is no scenario we'd all be here today. Please understand that based on these charges.
Trump is back in Florida, where he will speak from Mar-a-Lago tonight. Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg laid out those counts unsealed in the indictment, charging Trump with dozens of criminal counts related to alleged illegal hush money payments to kill negative information before the 2016 election.
Under New York state law, it is a felony to falsify business records with intent to defraud and an intent to conceal another crime. That is exactly what this case is about.
Bragg said Trump conspired with the National Enquirer's publisher and others to catch and kill those negative stories. The Trump campaign is capitalizing on the former president's arrest in Manhattan. A fundraising email from Trump's 2024 campaign is advertising a T-shirt with a fake mugshot of the former president. The photo has the phrase "not guilty" below it. The campaign is offering these shirts in exchange for a $47 contribution. This despite the fact a mugshot of Trump was not actually taken during his arraignment. The number of job openings dropped in February, falling below 10 million. It's the first time in 2 years the number has fallen below the 10 million mark. Economists say it's a sign the Federal Reserve's campaign to raise rates and slow the labor market to curb inflation is having an effect. And the U.S. is providing Ukraine with more military aid as Russia's invasion of that country continues. The $2.6 billion package includes air defense systems, mortar systems, and ammunition and equipment. This is USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to start the year right and keep that warm and cozy feeling going all winter long. Right now is the perfect time to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices, from incredible steaks, premium chicken, delicious pork to seafood. There's something for everyone, and every bite is backed by their 100% money-back guarantee. Visit omahasteaks.com today. Enter TREAT at checkout to get $30 off your order. Order with complete confidence today, knowing you're ordering the very best. Visit omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
Alzheimer's disease hits women harder than men. That's according to a new study from the Alzheimer's Association. The study found women who went through menopause early or women who tried hormone replacement therapy 5 years after menopause have higher levels of a protein called tau in their brains. High amounts of that protein are red flags for Alzheimer's disease. Your tax refund may be a few $100s less than usual this year.
Latest IRS data shows the total amount refunded to taxpayers is $172 billion, which is more than $16 billion less than in 2022. That's an average refund of just under $3,000, which is $360 less per person since last year. Pandemic-era federal payment programs, including stimulus checks and child-related tax and credit programs expiring, are the main reason. I'm Skip Kelly.
A suicide note was found at the Nashville home of the woman who killed 6 people at the Covenant School last week. Nashville police say along with the note, they found weapons and ammunition in the house. The department has released the list of the 47 items that belong to the shooter. Tiger Woods says he doesn't know how many Masters golf tournaments he has left in him. Speaking to reporters in Augusta, Woods said he knows more guys on the Champions Tour, which is for seniors, than on the regular tour. The 47-year-old said although his game is limited, he does feel better than he did last year at the Masters. And it's a smelly time at New York's Botanical Garden. The corpse flower bloomed this morning for the first time in years. While the flower itself is pretty, it smells like rotting meat. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
It gave 41 pullers a thrill and thousands of trucking enthusiasts a spectacle. And for 4 top competitors, their wish for the weekend came true. But most importantly, the efforts of Mack Trailer granted wishes to dozens of children facing a long, tough road of their very own. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. The NTPA's 2023 series of indoor invitationals concluded in spectacular fashion with the Mack Trailer NTPA Winter Nationals in Louisville, Kentucky on Saturday, April 1st. A massive Freedom Hall crowd gathered after the conclusion of the Mid-American Trucking Show to watch 4 divisions battle for a chance at each top prize, $10,000 to the winner. But even more than that quartet of grand prizes combined was Mack Trailer Incorporated and founder and president Mike Connie's own contribution to the evening's designated charity, Make-A-Wish. Just before the climactic last class, the 20,000-pound super semis, Connie took to the track.
Yeah, under Mack Trailer, we'd like to present a $50,000 check to Make-A-Wish tonight and thank all these fans and these truckers that came out here and made this possible.
In custom hoist-sponsored modified Mini, Jeff Hurt of Port Clinton, Ohio, took the 11th hook of 14 to an 18-inch victory over Dylan Bunnage's Phoenix.
There it is, fans. We got a new leader. To be a year into this tractor, I mean, we bought a real good tractor and had a lot of great help.
In Keith Manufacturing-sponsored Pro Stock, Grandview, Indiana's Kevin Masterson does what Mastersons do, win at Freedom Hall. His father Don is the winningest competitor in National Farm Machinery Show history, and 5-time Farm Show winner Kevin buried the front axle of his Riverette John Deere 6030 in the sand pile for the class's only full pull.
Sure felt good, but she won't ride again. I'd like to thank my crew. These things are a lot of work.
In Hydro-sponsored Superstock Open, Terry Blackburn of Shoalsburg, Wisconsin, repeated as Winter Nationals champion with the extremely harmed and dangerous Case IH 335.
I'd like to thank Mike Cheesick and his family for giving us the opportunity to do this. Just want to thank everybody that's involved, and I know it's a lot of work to put this on. We enjoy coming down here.
And in Love's Travel Center Super Semi, Jeromesville, Ohio's Spencer Rook pushed the leader flag forward a fraction of an inch with his Hillbilly Deluxe Peterbilt to best Chris Woods class act.
Ho-ho! Look at this, fans. We got ourselves a new leader.
Now, you just took the lead right here by 7/16 of an inch. You're in the hunt right now for $10,000. How's it feel? Feels really good.
From the glitz of these non-points invitationals, we now turn to the grind of the regular season, which begins this weekend. Florida's Clay County Fair in Green Cove Springs will host 3 NTPA divisions, Super Farm tractors, 2-wheel drive trucks, and modified minis on Saturday and Sunday, April 8th and 9th. Each will advance 1 qualifier to the 36th annual Enderley Pull-Off on Saturday, September 16th in Urbana, Ohio. Visit ntpapull.com for more information about Green Cove Springs and the entire 70-plus event 2023 calendar. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All righty then, we kick off our final hour here on a Wednesday. All right, hey, Mike, hump day coming up. So while Trump was in court Tuesday afternoon, it was Tuesday morning, you know, the same female that really this whole Trump hush money case is all about, Stormy Daniels. Yeah, she got the bad news. The 9th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals has ordered adult film star Stormy Daniels to pay former President Trump an additional $121,000 in attorney's fees yesterday. Now, that's on top of the over $500,000 the court has already directed her to pay, according to Trump's attorney. Congratulations to President Trump on this final attorney fee victory in his favor this morning. Collectively, our firm obtained over $600,000 in attorney fee awards in his favor in the meritless litigation initiated by Stormy Daniels. Trump's son Eric also tweeted, 9th Circuit just awarded Trump $121,962 in attorney fees from Stormy. Order just released. This is in addition to the roughly $500,000 she already owes him. Of course, NBC News back in March of last year reported the 9th Circuit had ruled against Daniels, whose real name is Stephanie Clifford, finding at the time that she owed Trump approximately $300,000 in legal fees. Going back to 2018, her attorney, Michael Avenatti, filed a defamation suit against Trump. Avenatti and Daniels released a sketch of a man that year who they claimed had threatened Daniels and her daughter back in 2011 if the porn star talked about Trump. A sketch years later about a non-existent man, a total con job, playing the fake news media for fools. But they did it, was Trump's response. Daniels' suit claimed that Trump's tweet was false and defamatory. Mr. Trump knew that his false, disparaging statement would be read by people around the world, widely reported, and that Ms. Clifford would be subjected to threats of violence, economic harm, reputational damage. However, the judge in California sided with Trump, finding the tweet constitutes rhetorical hyperbole, which is normally associated with politics and public discourse in this country. So another 122,000. Thank you, Stormy. All right, who we got on the line here?
Log hauler.
Log hauler. Morning.
Morning. And you're helping me get it back across Indiana. Just got it loaded out trying to beat the damn weather again, and I loaded and I got there at 41 and 114 and stopped this old diner to go to bed. And that was right at the start of your show, and I got woken up. I thought somebody was shaking my truck.
Yeah.
Boy, the old wind really kicked up, shaking me bad. I couldn't go back to sleep, so I thought, well, I might as well put her in the wind. But on your grandson, that guitar that Grump gave him, was that one of the ones that Trucker's Final Mile give away?
I honestly, I'm not sure where Grump actually won that.
The Trucker's Final Mile deal, they give away 2 guitars.
Mm-hmm.
And matter of fact, the first guy, they draw a bunch of names, but you had to be present to win it. And the first guy that won, he had made the comment before that. He was at the table with me. He said, if I win this thing, or win one of them, he goes, I'm going to take it home and raffle it off and then donate the money back to Trucker's Final Mile.
Yeah.
And ironically, he was the first one to win.
How about that?
Win one of the guitars. And then they draw a bunch more, and then they finally give the other one away. But the guy that donated them, he was one of the singers that they had in there, the little group of guys they had singing, and which it was really good. And they actually had my stepson get up there and sing with them and play a song. And boy, that really made that 15-year-old's day doing that. But he kind of had something in common with their singer, that they both are left-handers. So they actually had a guitar for him to use.
How about that?
So, but real good show down there this year. It's the first I've been there in probably 20 years. And boy, he already told me we're going back next year.
Now, did you get a chance to get by the booth? Did I get to meet you, or just?
Yes. I actually caught you right before the concert and talked to you and your wife and your grandson.
Yeah.
You come walking up through there, and I spotted your NASA jacket.
Oh, that's right. Okay, yeah, that was you. Okay.
Yep, we talked there for a little bit, but we went to the show then, the concert, and of course Tony Justice, he was really good, and that Elby Shane, up until the show, I didn't know he sang the boys song, but we watched that show, and we actually kind of left kind of early, and we headed back up to, I live up by Fort Wayne, and we're coming home. We got into some rain up there around Whiteland. It wasn't too bad, but it was starting to rain pretty good. And by the time we got to Indy, it kind of quit. But a buddy of mine, he was about 20 miles. He left after the show, and he was showing me pictures from Whiteland of the debris out on the interstate, which I didn't have that. We're here to find out the truck stops there got hit with a tornado.
Yes.
And then we get up there north of Indy, and around the 245 mile marker, we started getting into some rain, and we got to the 55, and it was getting a lot harder. And by the time we got to the 259 there at the Gas City exit, I mean, all hell broke loose. freaking sideways rain. I mean, it was just about as bad as I've ever seen. And then we got up north of the Marion exit, and it kind of went out of it. But we got home around 1 o'clock, and we got up the next morning, and then we found out that Gas City had a tornado, Whiteland had a tornado, and the northeast side of Fort Wayne. Started inside of 469 inside the bypass and basically traveled right straight up State Route 37 to Ohio.
Yep.
And a lot of damage up through there. But, yeah, we definitely rolled the dice coming up through there because that was quite the deal there at Gas City. And like I told the fiance, I said, I'm telling you right now, we was in that, the way it was putting it down there and the way the weather was. So that's why I'm kind of out tonight, because I keep talking today, all these severe storms. And, you know, of course, I haul logs, and this ain't been a very good winter for us. It's been too dang wet. And so I run back over here tonight. I already did 2 trips, and I run back over here tonight, and I thought at least get loaded, get it back out. And that's why I went to bed and then got woken up by the truck shaking like crazy.
Yeah, we got the wind advisory for us kicks in officially like at 8 o'clock this morning, like 8 a.m. till 8 p.m. I know all of Indiana, Western Ohio, most of Kentucky, we're all under those wind. I think they're saying gust up to 45 today.
I'll tell you what, it felt like 70 mile an hour winds there where I was stopped at, which I was only about 4 miles from the Illinois line right there, where 14 ends at 41. And like I said, it wasn't like that when I was there in the woods. And it was probably about 12:45 our time when I went to bed, and it was probably around 3 o'clock their time that woke me up. 2:30, 3 o'clock area their time, it woke me up. The truck shaking. I thought somebody was shaking the truck, trying to tell me I can't park there or some crap. But yeah, it's 74 degrees the last I looked at the phone up here.
We're looking at 70. I mean, we've actually gone up. We were at like 71 at midnight. We're up to 73 now. So, it's going to be interesting.
It's getting warmer. I did learn today. I just had an overhaul done on the truck, and I learned today the air conditioner ain't working. So, yeah, it's been kind of stuffy and humid all day today.
Yeah.
And with the wind, having the windows down, that kind of stinks.
Well, I distinctively remember you catching up with me because it was, my wife and the grandson. We had gone over to the West Wing. Yep. She was looking. We needed some new flags, American flags, and we knew that group that was over there in the West Wing. We were coming back from that. That's funny. I remember walking by and I saw you look at me, but I guess and you recognized the NASA jacket. How funny is that?
Yeah. Yep. And I've listened. Usually, I try to run at night. Because a lot of times I got all sorts of big LED lights on this truck so I can load after dark out in the middle of the woods or the field. And, usually that's what I listen to. And then I listen to you on my headset when I'm in the machine loading. And I remember you talking about that NASA jacket. Well, I was listening the night that they sent that thing up here a while back. I think they sent that deal to the moon or whatever it was.
Yeah, I had to put my NASA jacket on for the countdown there. Yep. That's great.
Yep, I remember that.
Well, Log Hauler, you're a first-time caller, right? So I've got your number down here to get you a $60 coupon code for Hot Shot Secret products.
Well, I used it just before I did my overhaul. This truck, I've nursed a bad injector for better than 2 years. And when it get to idling kind of rough, miss a little bit, I'd dump some of that Diesel Extreme in it, and within a tank of fuel, it'd straighten itself out, and it'd be good for 3 or 4 weeks. And it'd start in again, and I'd do it again.
Right.
And I did that up until we overhauled it. So I figured, 1.7 million miles on it. It was time to get rebuilt.
Yeah, it's about due. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. But that stuff works really good. And, and back to your old sponsor, Motor Coat, I used that stuff in the, used to garden tractor pull with the kids. And we used that in them motors. The Americold motors and pulling heat was a big problem. And I tested it out in the lawnmower and had an old 1974 wheel horse. And every time you shut it off after mowing, that stupid thing would diesel for 20 minutes. You couldn't hardly get it to kill itself. And I actually started putting it in there, and it actually stopped doing that. And it dropped it. I took my infrared temperature guns, and it actually lowered the temperature of it. So, I mean, that was one of the products that actually worked. But I know the Hot Shot stuff is really good stuff. And like I said, you know, then Chris, you said, made that donation to Truckers Final Mile. And
Yeah.
that's a good deal. That's a real good deal. And, you know, and that guy still drives.
Yes.
And
yeah.
he's a full-time driver. And he told me, he sat with me there for quite a while and talked with me about, you know, how he got involved with it, what got it started, and very a genuine young man. But the crazy part is I can't remember what wing it was in, but they had a big locked off area, and they had food in there and that, but they had all these tables out there. And of course, I feel like monkey gouger. My legs couldn't about handle it anymore. And me and this older guy, we sat down at this table, and we wasn't hurting nobody. And we had these two ladies come up and actually run us off if we didn't buy a plate of food. And then that's when I ended up finding that other deal, and I walked up there just watching guys sing, and they said, "Come on in, this is a free event." And they said, "No, this is free, help yourself." And they had food and all sorts of stuff there, and it was kind of crazy. It's, you know, we got run out of an area very rudely, but here the 100 Mile guys was inviting us in.
How about that?
And giving us food.
Wow.
So, you know, that was kind of, you know, I think things happen for a reason. And, you know, and like I said, my stepson, he got to play with the band, and the lead singer for that, he wants to keep in touch with them and whatnot. So it worked out pretty good. It was a good time. It's kind of disappointed seeing Kenworth was the only manufacturer there with the big trucks.
Yeah, and I guess that's they
were
celebrating their 100th anniversary. So Kenworth, and I thought didn't Western Star have a booth or no?
I don't remember seeing it, but, you know, like I said, I didn't see Freightliner, International, Peterbilt, didn't see none of them. And, you know, and I remember going down there, and them manufacturers would give you hat pins, and I mean, you come out of there with, you need a truck to haul all that stuff away. And, you know, which I've been going down there since 1980 with my parents. And Kenworth sponsored Alabama. I don't know how many Alabama concerts I watched right there in Freedom Hall. And watched a lot of the, you know, the bigger name acts now open for Alabama. So I date back with that truck show.
Yeah, I mean, you remember the days when they had a Thursday night, Friday night, and Saturday night concert?
Yeah.
Yep. Those were the days. I mean, you'd have Reba McEntire one night, Alabama another night, and, you know, somebody else. Yeah.
And Alabama always had a real good show. And one of them I remember really distinctly from back in the day is Charlie Daniels played before Alabama, and Charlie Daniels run across the stage and jumped up and slid across the grand piano.
Wow.
And that was an image I never forgot, which my dad, he, back in the early 80s and that, he had people coming up to him wanting his autograph because they thought that's who it was. And Charlie did an advertisement for the old tobacco skull. It says, "My fiddle smokes, but I don't." My grandma used to keep that on the refrigerator because it looked just like my dad.
Yeah, wow.
On that. So, been around this industry a long time. Seen a lot of changes. A lot of it's not been for the good.
Well, like we talked about there at the show, you said you've been listening all these years. I said, well, why don't you call sometime? Give us a ring. I really appreciate you giving us a ring there, Log Hauler.
Well, you kept me going a lot of nights, you know, running, you know, just like tonight, you know, I'm not drowsy or nothing. It's been a long couple days here trying to get these logs out of the field. And, you know, and like I said, with the truck shaking like it was, hell, I couldn't sleep. So I might as well put her on the gear and go down the road.
Yeah, there you go.
So, but, yeah, I'll dump these off, go to the house. I'll ride the day out, see what happens. Because I had enough of that extreme weather for one day, and that was on Friday, so I don't need no more of that for a while. So, but, yeah, and did you see where the TA over at Walpock got hit.
Yeah, that one, they got hit pretty hard. I don't know if they've got that reopened
Yeah.
yet or not.
Well, I know the truck repair facility of it. A lot of that was knocked down. The big Truck Stops of America sign, it was wrapped around the front end of it had to be an owner-operator's Peterbilt. The big greenhouse on that corner, it is leveled. I haven't been over by there, but I've seen a lot of the pictures. But a buddy of mine, he was over there yesterday, and he said, you won't believe it, the way it is. But, you know, the crazy thing is that TA over there, that's the first interstate truck stop. And a lot of people don't even realize that TA right there was the first interstate truck stop.
That's what it was dubbed as. Yes, sir.
Yep. And then the oldest one, I don't know if it's still down there on 23, but Ohio had a lot of the old truck stops. And then the old Heinz truck stop there at Route 40 and 127, back in the 50s, that was a mainstay for my grandpa and them hauling straw and hay to Kentucky.
Wow.
They'd meet my dad there, and they'd swap trucks, and Dad would go on back into Kentucky. And, you know, the building's still there, but, you know, a lot of memories from them days. So, well, you enjoy your morning. Good talking to you. I'll try to call in some more, see what this weather does.
Thank you much.
Get back to running my normal routine.
just watch on your text messages. That's where you'll get your coupon code there. Don't think it's a spam or a junk mail from Hot Shot Secret. They'll have a code. You go to hotshotsecret.com, use that at checkout. It'll knock $60 off your entire order. Now, speaking of that, the Wapakoneta location there that got hit, the TA. I mean, that same region, much like Friday, again today, got the wind advisory. The headline says wind advisory and a possible severe weather and maybe even some possible tornadic activity. Later in the day today. Few showers early on, winds becoming gusty outside of all the storms. And storms are going to push into the afternoon and evening hours. Damaging winds, isolated tornadoes, hail will be possible in that same area. All right, we'll get a news break in here. Back as we roll into a Wednesday on the Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. The Manhattan DA is asking for an order of protection in the Trump case. NBC News' Garrett Hockey says they are concerned about social media attacks Trump has posted.
That kind of rhetoric and escalating comments could lead them in the future to ask for more restrictions.
It's not believed the DA asked for a gag order, but rather a warning to Trump and his team to refrain from any further verbal attacks. Virginia elementary teacher Abigail Zwerner has filed a $40 million lawsuit over her shooting inside a first-grade classroom at the hands of a student. But now there's a twist. An attorney for a classmate of the young shooter tells WRIC-TV that his client warned Zwerner the child had a gun and was reportedly told to sit down and be quiet, prompting Zwerner's legal team to respond, saying, "It sounds like the principal is now blaming Abby for getting shot." I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, We engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Hey, did you get your $1,000 daily driver bonus keywords for a Wednesday morning? No, here they are. Your chance to win $1,000 cash. Simply go to tncradio.live, enter the keywords. Our first keyword this morning was sun, S-U-N, which will be coming up in a few hours. Keyword number 2 on a Wednesday is clay, C-L-A-Y, clay. It's pretty simple. Just go to tncradio.live, click on contest, enter those keywords. Each of those words will be a separate entry. You get additional keywords throughout the day, 10 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. And again, the more entries, the better your chances of winning the $1,000 daily driver bonus on tncradio.live, brought to you by Hot Shot Secret, sun, and clay. All right, this past day, the FMCSA announced a major enforcement effort to curtail household good moving scams. The FMCSA says Operation Protect Your Move will involve the deployment of dozens of investigators across the country in an enforcement sweep to address what has been a significant uptick in complaints of movers holding household possessions hostage, trying to extort exorbitant additional charges for the consumers out there. This is a scam that's been going for many, many years. The FMCSA points to consumer complaints about deceptive business practices used by those movers that increase cost, cause delays, or result in the customers never actually receiving their merchandise back, their home possessions. Investigators will formally document violations, revoke licenses of movers and brokers, Anyone that violates the regulations and refer any criminal conduct detected to the Department of Justice for further investigation. They're also going to be looking into complaints regarding household goods movers who were not in compliance with federal safety and consumer protection regulation statutes. Said this is only the first in a series of planned operations scheduled over the next several months to address household moving scams. They will double the number of investigators assigned to moving complaints and strengthen partnerships with consumer protection and attorney general offices all over the country. So we all know moving is stressful enough even without having to worry about being scammed by your moving company. So we're cracking down on moving companies that hold people's possessions hostage and the brokers who facilitate the fraud. Good morning, Rambler.
Well, good morning, Steve, and hopefully I have a cell signal that will last this time, my dear friend. And hello, God's children. Glad to be on the air with you. And speaking of moving, when's the last time we heard from Always Moving?
It's been a while. I did send her an email saying, hey, we'd love to hear an update. You know, it's probably been about a month since she emailed me last, but it's been longer than that since she's called.
I know. I know. I mean, that's breaking poor Pappy's heart, Good Lord. And just not Pappy, all of our hearts too, So, but praise God, Steve, and I'm glad to be talking to you. And I can really choke Brother J.R. Garten. Brother J.R. follows us at Determined Ministries Church, and I did not know that he had been in the hospital. He ain't messaged me or let me know. And JR, if I had known, brother, I already pray for you. But, if I had known you were battling some serious health issues, buddy, I would have been calling your name up out behind this driver's seat. So we're praying for you, Brother JR, Lauren and Deanna, praying for them too. Heat Wave and Lady Heat Wave, we're praying for them. And if you got something going on in your life, man, we just love you. We're just going to pray for you. That's what Jesus would want us to do. Love one another. That's the greatest commandment Jesus gave. Love one another as you would love yourself, and to love your God with everything that you are. Steve, all this stuff going on in the news, and I didn't watch it. I could care less. I mean, I do care about the should-be President Trump. But, hey, I went to bed about 11:30. But, the Lord quickly brought me to a scripture when, because all the cameras, for what I could gather, every news outlet was on Trump, is he going to be in handcuffs? Is he ain't going to be in handcuffs?
Right.
Will he be wearing a jumpsuit? Or, Trump. The Lord brings me to scripture of things to come. And we're quickly approaching things to come. I know a lot of us have watched the real videos of the Euphrates River drying up. And yes, I mean, if things keep on going the way they're going, in the next probably 5 years, that will happen. And, of course, we know, according to the book of Revelations, there's 4 powerful fallen angels that is imprisoned underneath the river Euphrates. But the scripture, Steve, brings me to the 2 witnesses. And we know, according to the book of Malachi, chapter 4, verses 5 and 6, that one of them will be Elijah will be one of them. And we assume the other one will be maybe Enoch. Some people argue, say it could be Moses, because on the Mount of Transfiguration, where Jesus, was talking to Elijah and Moses. Of course, he had Peter, James, and John up there with him also. So some people say it's going to be Moses. Some people say it's going to be Enoch. I believe it's going to be Enoch. But it says, if you look in Revelation chapter 11, after the rapture of the church, and of course, Steve, you will never find rapture in the Bible, but you will find resurrection in the Bible. And the definitions are almost similar. That after, the dead in Christ rise, and we which remain will be called in the air to join him, thus living with the Lord forever and ever. We know that's called the rapture of the church. A lot of chaotic things are going to happen, you know, like planes crashing, buses crashing, and nuclear power plants melting down. It's just going to be catastrophe, making way for the first prophet to say, hey, Christ is coming, and make way for the Antichrist. But we know that there's going to be two prophets in the streets of Sodom and Egypt, is what the Bible says, that's going to be ministering 24 hours a day, 360 days a week. And according to Revelation chapter 11, that God is going to give Elijah and possibly Enoch the power to send plagues upon the earth. No harm will be able to come to them. If anyone tries to attack them, fire will proceed forth out of their mouth. And it's only when they're done testifying will the devil be able to come and kill them. Now, I bring this up because of the worldwide celebration that will happen, because all cameras are focused on Trump. And it brings me to this point of, Steve, it's going to be one of these days during the 7-year tribulation that the same thing will happen, that the whole entire world will celebrate the death of these two men, and it will be a jubilous day. And it sounds like, you know, and I'm not trying to compare Trump to anyone in the Bible, but it sounds like all the liberals are wanting to just celebrate and be joyous and jubilee and everything like that with going on with this man, because they love evil so much. But according to Revelation chapter 11, it's only going to be a 3-day party, and all of a sudden these two prophets will raise from the dead and ascend up into heaven. And then not too long after that happens, we see the second coming of Christ, which, according to Zechariah chapter 14, the same way Jesus, and we just celebrated Palm Sunday, Steve, the same way Jesus rode the donkey from Mount Olivet, Mount of Olives, through the eastern gate of Jerusalem, he will come that same way. And according to Zechariah chapter 14, verse number 4, it says, the moment his foot touches the Mount of Olives, it's going to split in two, going from the east to the west, and have a clear path to ride in, and, of course, conquer the Antichrist and the first prophet, and them two being the first two cast into the burning lake of fire. Then after that, it says the angels, which is probably be Michael and Gabriel, will take the great dragon, the beast called Satan, wrap him up in a chain and throw him in the bottomless pit for 1,000 years. Now, I know that's a lot to digest. There's a lot more that goes along to it. I know I'm giving you a quick little Bible lesson here, but God's children, these are things that are to come. You can avoid this by simply making Jesus Christ number one in your life. Steve, I personally don't see how a person can live their life, you know, being 70, 80 years old, living so many years without Jesus Christ. But there's people that live without Christ every day, and I can't make it one day without my Lord, Steve, and I know you can't make it one day and everything like that. I'm happy that your grandson got that guitar, you know, and we're going to start praying for him that God would give him the God-gifted talent that he gave Marty Stewart.
Oh, yeah?
God gave Marty. Yeah. Hey, listen, seriously. Marty Stewart took no lessons whatsoever. He just picked up a guitar, and look, he was able to play it. That's God-given talent. I know a young man. His name is Hunter McNeil. He spent almost a year in the NICU. Now, he's in his 20s, and he's a high school teacher. Steve, this young man just sat down at the piano one day, and he just started playing. Wow. God-given talents. And God gives those talents. And I'm going to start praying that God would give that talent to your grandson, that he'll be able to pick up that guitar and play for the glory and the edification and the justification of our Lord Jesus Christ, and play some good gospel music. Possibly, you know, when God gives us a bigger church, besides the shop we're in now, praise God, come on down here and play for us, you know, and sing and praise God. But, Steve, I love you, man. I know I just said a mouthful to a lot of y'all out there. You're probably scratching your heads like, wow, yeah, Brother Rambler's getting pretty deep. Well, that's the things to come. You can avoid it by simply making Jesus Christ Lord of your life. How do you make it? message me at Determined Ministries Church. I will have a conversation with you, and we can make that happen. I don't care who you are, how ugly you are, how pretty you are, how handsome you are. Get with me. I would like to make that happen for Jesus Christ to be number one in your life, and pray with you. And don't forget, Steve, we're having our Easter service, man. I tell you what, we're so excited about that. Everything is coming together, and we're just excited about what's going to happen, how some of the things the Lord told me years ago is starting to come to pass, and we're just looking forward to it, Steve. But I know you got to get going, and God's children, I love you out there. Remember this, love is just not another four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, because he died on the cross and bled every drop of blood for you, I know Brother Rambler can, and I do. And Steve, God bless you. I love you, man. Good night, everybody.
Have a good morning. Yeah, hard to believe this Friday. It's Good Friday, isn't it? All right, we got, is that Doolittle? We got a traffic update. What's going on, Doolittle?
Yeah, Steve, 218 eastbound here in Illinois. Big truck on its side. Wrecker is there picking it up right now, but it looks like it's going to be a while. They are getting everybody off there to 260 to go around it.
So, let's see, 218 mile marker on, what interstate was that?
74.
74, Illinois, okay.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
And was it eastbound
That's
or
all
what?
I got for you.
What? East?
It is eastbound, yes.
Eastbound, all right. I appreciate the heads up, drivers, so keep that in mind. Watch for the brake lights there, slow it down. We'll be right back on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect engine. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, of course, forecasters told us we'd have that potentially overnight threat of severe weather, tornadoes. We kicked things off at the midnight hour Eastern time. There had not been a tornado warning in the previous 3 hours, but things have become a bit active through the overnight hours. We've seen numerous tornado warnings in north central Arkansas. Some of those cells now moving into southeastern Missouri. That latest warning from about 3 minutes ago. Southeast Missouri. These have all been radar indicated. But this, I got to go till 4:30 a.m. Central Time this morning. All right, so yeah, just a heads up. We've got two, separate, pretty distinct lines of storms that have kind of come together through the overnight hours. So hail in some of these storms. They just had ping pong ball size hail in some of these cells overnight. Meanwhile, are you still with us, Eagle?
Yeah, I'm still here. I got a couple other things to say right quick about the Trump situation. Steve, they said that, like I told you last night, Trump was the first president to so-called get indicted for the prosecution. If you go back at this deal, Steve, Richard Nixon, he was before my time. I wasn't even born when the Nixon deal went down. Richard Nixon really should have been the first president to be indicted of a crime. This guy committed a crime, but I think he might have worked out a deal with the government that as long as he resigned, that they wouldn't bring charges against him. But Nixon should have definitely got charged with something. And you go back to Donald Trump named it out tonight, Steve, in his deal in Mar-a-Lago, his beautiful home in Mar-a-Lago. What Hillary Clinton did, where she erased all these files off of these cell phones and smashed them with hammers. That's a crime that never seen a courtroom. It should have. Barack Obama sent a plane load of money. Remember when he sent a plane load of money over to what Iran, Iraq?
Yep.
That was a crime, even though they said they don't negotiate with terrorists. And Joe Biden, Donald Trump named that Joe Biden left $85 million. That's right, Steve, $85 million worth of equipment in Afghanistan. Now, if that's not a crime, I don't know what is. Plus all the Americans that he left behind. Remember seeing those people, Steve. I'll never forget that sight of seeing those people, Afghanistanians, because those people knew that their life was in jeopardy from the Taliban, running down the runway, getting on the wings of airplanes that were taking off. You remember that?
Sure do. And hanging on, falling to their death.
Falling to their death because they wanted to get the hell out of Afghanistan because they knew that if they stayed there, they were going to die. Okay, the Joe Biden, all three of these former presidents, you can't tell me that those guys didn't commit no crimes, but yet Donald Trump is under investigation. And I'm gonna go back to what I said in my first call, Steve. Remember this: Michael Cohen is a known liar, and here's the reason why the case shouldn't even be heard, Steve. They told people Michael Cohen said out of his own mouth that he paid $130,000 out of his own pocket without even notifying Donald Trump. Trump didn't even know this man was going to give Stormy Daniels $130,000. That should eliminate the case right there. Donald Trump had nothing to do with the hush money. That was Michael Cohen's money. This guy here is a known liar, and he's worked for Donald Trump, and he stabbed Trump in the back so he could stay out of jail. Now he's trying to blame it on Donald Trump. Michael Cohen is the one who gave that woman $130,000. Donald Trump had nothing to do with it. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right. Have a good morning there, Eagle. And what do we got? Just a few minutes left, but see what we got. 5-7, I believe. Yes, sir.
Woo-hoo! Yeah, I called Blind Man. Let him know because he was getting a little depressed and stuff on his call. Told him it was a great call, and he was saying, "Oh, I don't know if they want anything, me calling." Or I said, "Hey, if Steve puts you on, it's good. You're telling the experience of living in a liberal neighborhood."
Yep.
And I said, you should have got out there and rejoiced with them that Trump was, and when you remember my analogy of having a tug of war with liberals, as they're pulling you in, trying to drag you into that cesspool, let go of the rope, let them fall on their rear ends. Because all you have to do is go out there and celebrate whenever wait a minute, what are you celebrating about? The liberals spent $2 million to have all these different networks from one end to the other, liberal to conservative, to focus a camera on a hallway for a 4-minute spot for Donald Trump to walk through the hallway. Not even 4 minutes, 4 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4. And I said you couldn't afford to buy that kind, and look at the results. The money coming in and his poll numbers are shooting up. So get out there and celebrate. That's all I got to say on that subject. And hey, this is all it's going to be. I'm going to vote for Donald Trump if he's in the jail cell. And when he, like I said, when I'm going to vote for Big Orange in the Big Orange suit, when we vote him in, they can open up the jail cell, and when the first thing he does when he steps out the jail cell, pardon me, gentlemen. And that's all we need to know. Other than that, y'all have a great night. I will wait for that notification coming up tomorrow morning
Hopefully
from Steve Summers.
Hopefully you'll get it tonight. I say you didn't get your notification there this morning, but well, I'm just looking through here, and Big Ed, are you with me, Big Ed? I don't think he's listening. But I did take to Facebook to say there's nothing like going to sleep with the AC running, then getting woke up with hard winds and hail. All I know, the truck was rocking back and forth, and I wasn't driving. Well, I figured since I was woke up by Mother Nature, I'd smoke a cigarette and drink a cup of coffee. After the storm, temperature dropped to 42 degrees. So he went from running the AC to actually kicking on the heater. It's 4 a.m. He posted this about 5 minutes ago. So he's in the Central Time Zone. I'm not sure where he was out there. Maybe in some of those storms in Missouri, Arkansas. Anyway, he says, I think I'll try to sleep for a few more hours, but drivers, be weather aware today if you're in the nasty zone. And that is correct. Yeah, nighttime tornadoes can be more than twice as likely to be deadly tornadoes. We will close it out there, and we'll come back and do it again tonight at the midnight hour Eastern Time. Hope you'll join us for the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but